Alright, Punching. Awesome. Congratulations. Welcome, everybody. My name is Obi-Wan Pez, and this is N Simplex Pachinko, and we are getting spooky for October. So I'm going to institute, at least for this month, Spooky Sunday. So we're going to run through as many of the endings as we can for Slay the Princess. I know that there are multiple endings. I've seen probably 2 endings, and then I went, oh crap, I need to play this, and stopped watching somebody else's playthrough. And I think I've caught it like here and there on Twitch, but not really ever paying any attention to it. My goodness, that is a mess. So, welcome to Slay the Princess. Our hand is that of apparently some sort of monster. So, again, I don't know much about the game apart from that. And again, I've seen a couple of. Okay, we're shifting. There we go. So I have seen a few minutes, like I said, but we'll see how it goes. Whatever horrors you may find in these dark spaces, have heart and see them through. There are no premature endings, there are no wrong decisions, there are only fresh perspectives and new beginnings. This is a love story. Okay, I don't think I need any of that, but hey, quick save and quick load, that's helpful. Maybe. Boil effect on, parallax effect on, flickering images, auto advanced text currently off. It's probably fine. And we're peaking at about -30, so that should be fine too. Skip. I don't think we need to skip anything. We'll see. Alright. New game. Chapter 1, The Hero and the Princess.
You're on a path in the woods.
And
at the end of that
parallax.
path is a cabin.
Boil. I get it now.
And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
End of the world, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
How can a princess locked away in a basement end the world?
Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
I mean, that's very me. Do you have any evidence to back this up?
Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey.
I mean, killing a princess seems kind of bad, though, doesn't it?
Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
Spicy. I mean, can't someone else do this?
Oh, if only that were the case, but I don't make the rules. I have to say, I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far. But unfortunately for the both of us, you're the only one who can pull this off. Like I said, I don't make the rules, no matter how much I wish I did.
You know what? Auto advance. Preference. Auto advance. Text. I think I want to do that. Look, I'll go to the cabin, I'll talk to her, and if she's as bad as you say she is, then maybe I'll slay her. But I'm not committing to anything until I've had a chance to meet her face to face.
Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out. Then each and every one of us is doomed. So sure, go. Talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
Goodness.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Proceed.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Okay, we'll take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Enter the basement. Now our cursor
The door
is
to the basement
holding a dagger.
creaks open,
All right.
revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Hi!
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Come on down.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with
Her
the princess.
interest is piqued.
There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
No. Haven't decided yet. I'm just here to talk. You caught me. I'm here to slay you. What? No way. Why would you even think that?
That giant knife you're holding kind of gives it away, doesn't it?
The blade. Of course she doesn't want to talk. Who'd want to have a conversation at knife point? We should drop it.
Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
We're gonna tighten our grip on the dagger just in
You
case.
ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
You step forward. your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
We might need to do this.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
I might actually believe the narrator on this shot here. I've never actually seen anybody do it. One of the endings I definitely know is what happens when you just, like, step back and be like, oh no. So, let's try. D&D style. Murder hobo.
Doubt, unfortunately, clouds your thoughts as you attempt to run her through.
Nice.
A moment of distraction and hesitation is all she needed to sidestep your thrust and deliver a catastrophic blow to your jaw.
With the weight of the chain behind it.
It feels like you've been hit with a sledgehammer. You can feel bone grinding on bone where your jaw has been fractured.
I have not had any plans. Oh man,
Holy
jaw's
shit,
been
that
fractured.
hurts. Though she's unarmed, the shock of that first strike is enough to stagger you, putting you and the princess on somewhat equal footing.
I'm not sure I have particularly strong interest
Your
in
blade slashes through the air
attempting to
again
play
and again.
Darkest Dungeon.
Her fists connect with your body as many times.
but
or
I've got
more,
several
each
other games
impact as
lined
heavy
up.
As that first bone-crushing hit.
She's a
We
fighter.
can still turn this around.
Finish the job.
You and the princess stare at each other, both gasping for breath, equally exhausted. You probably won't make it out of here alive, but you can at least make sure that she won't make it out of here either. Excuse me? Do you think this is what I wanted to happen? I have a duty to state the facts of the situation, and honestly, it's a miracle anyone is still standing right now. Can you not feel all those ruptured organs bouncing around in there? If the princess doesn't do our friend in herself, internal bleeding is certain to finish the job.
It's fair.
The two of you clash for the final time. You feel your ribs break as she delivers a heavy blow, but you push through the pain, falling forward and sinking your blade deep into the princess's heart.
Oh.
Oh.
The two of you fall to the floor.
This was fun.
The princess gasps, her voice an unhealthy rasp as her lungs start to fill with blood.
It's
You
not a
put up
pleasant
more of
sound.
a fight than I thought you would. But I have to wonder. Do you really think this is the end?
But you don't have time to worry over such things. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Yeah. Chapter 2, The Adversary.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Okay.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Anybody who's here who has never been here before, welcome. My name is Obi-Wan Pez. This is N Simplex Pachinko. We do mathy stuff on Tuesday nights. We do gamey stuff on Friday nights, and then whatever we want the rest of the week. Typically, I'm also looking to do some extra math streams if anybody's interested in that sort of thing. And I will occasionally dive off into doing some mathy type stuff if people ask for it, like in any particular moment, so it doesn't matter what day it is. Getting a terrible sense of deja vu. Wait, hasn't this already happened? Okay, no. But I died. What am I doing here? She's gonna kill me again. I already slew the princess. Sure, she also killed me, but I definitely got her. Why am I here again? Yeah, that one.
I can assure you that you didn't slay her, and that she didn't kill you. People don't just spring back to life after dying, and the two of us are meeting for the very first time.
Yeah, no.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. That's fine. It doesn't matter if he can hear us.
Voice of the stubborn.
The only thing
All right.
that matters is marching up to that cabin and winning. That's the spirit. There's no point in squabbling when the real threat is just up that hill.
Let's assume I'm telling the truth, and if all this really did already happen, why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything? Yeah.
Those are two very different questions, but fine. I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. You died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me.
Not technically true.
We did our best with the information we were given, and we did kill her. And yet you still died, didn't you? So congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right. And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences.
It sure feels like they didn't have much in the way of consequences, but...
What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We killed the princess killed us, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me.
Except the other voice.
Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely? Had you failed to slay the princess, what would have happened to everyone in the place you left?
Follow the House of Usher.
Ugh, enough with the talking. We've got a fight to win. Nothing else matters. I couldn't agree more. The cabin and your destined confrontation with the princess awaits.
Turn around and leave.
We can't just leave. We're supposed to fight her. Where are you going? Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
You're persistent. I'll go slay the princess. Ugh. We'll go and talk to the princess. Lie. Yes, I definitely know where I'm going. Nope. Don't care if I don't know where I'm going. The only thing that matters is where I'm not going. The cabin. I'm actually pretty okay with the world ending. I relish the coming of a new dawn beyond our own. Gonna go walk in the opposite direction. Continue quietly down the path away from the cabin. Sure, we'll be nihilistic this time.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
Turn around and leave again.
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever. But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came.
Wait, something isn't right. Can you still hear me? You're supposed to wind up back at the cabin again. But everything is getting fuzzy.
Ooh.
What's going on? Where are we? I told you we shouldn't have come here. I told you. Did you listen? No.
Ooh. I don't think I have seen this one. The world around you is unwound, its physical matter replaced by textured nothingness. It's quiet. There's a distant rumbling and a sound of many sounds. Undulations pulse louder as something other comes close. feelers probe across the fabric of reality. Extremities find your consciousness and wrap themselves around it. You are no longer alone. Resistance. Fingers drag claws across the glass surface of your soul. Frustration. This vessel is full of you. I need something empty I can crawl inside of. I need something shaped like me. This is a nightmare. Wake up. It's not. Denial. Return to your destined path or face the consequences.
You're on a path in
Alright.
the woods. And at the end
The
of that
real
path
Slay the Princess
is
starts
a
here.
cabin.
You'll know it when you see it.
And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her.
Note, you can skip previously or seen dialogue by hitting tab on your keyboard. Right stick or whatever it is. R1. Okay, on your controller. Alright, we're embracing it. Sweet, I've always wanted to off a monarch. Viva la revolution!
That's the spirit. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Proceed.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and the blade is your implement.
Take the blade.
You take the blade from the...
And enter the basement. We're just gonna go straight for it and not
door
even
to the
comment on
basement
anything.
creaks open. Her voice...
Who's there?
We're not gonna say anything, we're just gonna march forward.
She sounds... Don't let it fool you. Good.
Continue down the
You're
stairs.
still listening to reason. You walk down the...
She's so cold.
Focus on the task
This is
at hand.
exactly the
And
same as
there
before.
you are. Are you here to kill me or
walk forward.
something?
You step forward.
Oh, no. I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason. So you should just.
She's unarmed.
Slay the princess.
You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation.
Ah.
You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking.
No, I
deep
hate
into
doing
her
this.
heart.
I really do. I think that we should actually have more nuance, but
Oh,
narratively, it kind of...
this is it, isn't it? I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder. Do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
might be a problem.
It's like she's convinced she can't die.
Yes. Even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well. But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago, that arrogant look still plastered on her face.
That might be a problem.
But is it over? Really over?
Of course she is. She's dead. Given that we killed her last time in the same manner, this time should be the same, right?
Yes, exactly. It's over. With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs, closing the door to the basement behind you. Why do I feel like we've done something terrible?
I mean, we have done something terrible. We
You
should
did
feel
kill
awful.
someone. Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad. But it was for the greater good. One of these days that will sink in and help ease your guilty conscience. But that day isn't today. Let's just get out of here.
Oh, stars aren't here anymore. If you look out the windows, is that textured nothingness again?
You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom.
Only a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago,
as far as I'm
the
concerned
only
now,
thing
the
in front of
narrator
you
has
now
lied to us,
is the vast
and the
emptiness
end of
some
the world
place
has
far
occurred
away.
from killing the princess.
What happened? Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here. This is good. Everyone is happy. You'll be happy.
It's bullshit, let me out. Oh, okay. I was kind of hoping I'd get a better ending for saving the world.
This isn't an ending. In fact, now that the princess has been slain, endings are a thing of the past.
Oh.
No. This is the beginning of eternity. Your reward.
Yay. Also, the savings seem to have... or the settings, yeah.
This is what's best for everyone. Trust me. Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days
Oh,
or
dear.
months or years or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier. Psst. Hey. We're not just gonna stay here forever, right?
Didn't you hear in the narrator? I'm happy. We're happy.
Are we really happy? Or is he just telling us that we are?
Yeah, maybe I'm not happy. And I'm not just saying that because you're the last person I've talked
Good.
to.
Because I have an idea to get us out of here. Though you're probably not going to like it.
Find the dagger again?
Blade.
Yeah.
We can use the blade to get out of this. I can hear everything you say, little voice. There's only one thing it would want you to use that blade on, and I'm afraid that thing is you, dear hero.
Yup.
He's right. It's the only way out. Do you hear that? It wants to take this happiness away from you. It wants this wonderful place to end. Do you not? There's more for us to do, and the only way for us to do it is to take that blade and use it. Don't you dare.
Wouldn't using the blade, kill us? Wouldn't we be dead? Anything to get us out of this hell. You're right, I didn't like that idea. I'm just going to stick around and do nothing, at least for a while longer. Oh no. Let's explore.
How astute. You are absolutely correct. Using the blade to kill yourself would kill you, and you shouldn't do it. In a sense, we die, but looking at things from another angle, are we even really alive anymore? This place, it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. It's just the same thing, constantly, forever. I know this is out there, but trust me, I know using the blade will work. That little voice didn't want you to slay the princess. It didn't want you to be happy.
But again, the narrator told me that the end of the world would come if we didn't slay the princess, and we slay the princess, and the end of everything except us in this cabin has come to pass. So as far as I'm concerned, that's probably that the narrator is lying to us in some way, shape, or form. So you better be right about this. I'd be pretty upset if we die. I'm not risking death over your weird hunch. Anything to get out of this hell. You're right. I didn't like that idea. I'm just gonna stick around and do nothing, at least for a while longer. I'm gonna be pretty upset if we die.
If we die, you can yell at me all you want. I made this happy little place for you. Is this not a good enough reward for saving the world? An eternity of bliss? You ingrate? Fine. Whatever. For the first time since time stopped meaning anything, you throw open the door to the basement and walk down the stairs. The princess's body is dust and bones, though the blade you used to slay her is still as pristine as the day you first held it.
turned off auto advance again. That's weird. How do we... What are the controls? Why is that off? It's so weird.
You pick up the blade, you stab yourself, and you die.
Narrator's just fed up with us at this point.
The end. Nice knowing you.
Chapter 2, The Spectre. Did we already have Chapter
You're
2?
on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Oh, you bastard. You're in Fort Helm. Why's your
My
tricks?
Tricks? What on earth are you talking about? We've just met for the first time.
Wonder if it's
If he doesn't
my
remember what
clicking that
happened, then maybe it's
turns
best to
off
keep
the
it that
auto
way.
advance.
That's fine. It wasn't very hard to kill her last time.
Voice of the
We'll
cold.
just do it again. Well, if for whatever reason you're going to insist that this has happened before, at least your heart's in the right place.
So let's assume that I'm telling the truth and all this already did happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything? We already did that. Just proceed to the cabin. We already know what that's gonna...
A warning before you go any further.
A warning this time,
She
though.
will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. She won't be a problem. The interior of the cabin is cold, a soft odor of dirt permeating the air. Cobwebs flutter in the corners.
Everything's
You can
different.
hear wind whistling outside, banging the shutters against the windows. The only furniture of note is an elegant antique table with a pristine blade perched on the edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if it feels like no one's been here for a long, long time. Like I've been saying, she's dead. We killed her already.
Approach the mirror. Yeah. You didn't say anything about a mirror on the
That's
wall.
because there isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. Who cares if there's a mirror? Let's just go into the basement and find her body so we can be done with this.
I care whether I'm lied to.
As do I. I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? Let you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done.
Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny.
Wipe the mirror clean.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But it was there a second ago, and now it's gone. Let's not spend much longer worrying over it. Clearly, it's not even important enough to be acknowledged.
Right, take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It will be...
Yep. Etc., etc., etc.
The door to the basement groans open, revealing an old banister and a creaky wooden stairwell. Everything is coated in a thick layer of dust, and you can feel it settle into your lungs as you breathe in the stale air. The very building itself feels dead. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. The room below is silent. Nobody's here. Naturally.
As much as I appreciate the optimism, you shouldn't be so sure. I guess we'll just have to go down and see. As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view. A skeletal body, lying in a heap on the floor, its wrist still bound to the wall by a thick chain.
Okay. I wasn't expecting that, actually.
Okay. She's definitely dead. It's just like I told you. Before you have a chance to finish your thought,
Okay.
the top of a head appears from underneath the floor.
Here's where we start getting a little spooky.
Two deep-set eyes stare up at you, followed by a mischievous, skeletal grin. And finally, the rest of the body floats up to join the head. Wait, this isn't right. What's going on here? Ghost! Oh, wow. How absolutely terrifying. What's a ghost supposed to do to us?
Oh, it's you. Hiya, Keller. I was hoping to see you again. I have some issues with how our last meeting went.
I imagine you do.
The princess drifts across the room into your orbit, gently running her fingers across your shoulders and down your neck as she circles you.
Oh, that's not good.
Her touch is cold and ethereal, formless yet real enough that her icy fingertips send shivers dancing across your skin.
Oh dear.
So she has a body, and she's right there. That means we could kill her again, if we wanted to.
I think maybe we should be apologetic about this. Wait and see how things play out.
I see you brought that annoying knife again.
Yeah, right, look.
So, are you waiting for a chance to use it? Or are you here for something else?
See, this is exactly what I was trying to tell you about in the woods. It's already happened, we killed her. I killed you. What are you doing not being dead? Do you know why you came back? Stop playing the victim, you threatened me. I'm sorry I killed you last time, I shouldn't have done that. Do you want me to die here? Do you want me to kill myself to satisfy some sort of sick revenge fantasy? Because I already did that and it wouldn't be hard to do it again. I'm sorry, is there any way I can make it up to you? The people who wanted you dead tricked me, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let's team up. What do you want from me? If I knew I'd wind up having to talk to you again, I wouldn't have slain you. I died too, and I'm not floating around like you are. What happened? Why am I different? Why are you different? There's so many options. You're dead, or at least mostly dead. What can you do to even hurt me? Oh, that one's gonna be bad if we do that. After I killed you, this cabin... I want to say it teleported? It wasn't in the woods anymore. Time stopped meaning anything, and I had to kill myself to escape. That sounds like not an apology. Guess I should tell you why I was sent to kill you. You were going to end the world. I was told you were going to end the world. Okay, clearly slaying you it wasn't going to work. What do you want? Okay, team, I'm out of ideas. If you're dead, then there isn't really much for me to do, is there? I guess I'll get going. Just leave. So... I'm sorry I killed you last time. I shouldn't have done that.
Too little, too late. But you can still make things right.
She's not in a position
How's
to
that?
bargain with us. You don't have to do anything you don't want to.
Well, no kidding.
We don't have to do anything, but maybe we should. We did kill her. Wouldn't it be the moral thing to help her now that we have another chance? When a hero slays a monster, does he apologize to it? No. So don't try to make things right. She was going to end the world. You didn't do anything wrong, aside from apparently killing yourself, and that doesn't have much to do with her.
See, this is exactly what I was trying to tell you about in the woods. This has already happened. We already killed
Yes,
her.
obviously things are strange. now, I think it's safe to say that you've seen something you shouldn't have seen. Whatever worlds you've hopped between, whatever versions of me you've met, none of that matters now. There's no changing what's already happened. You have a job to finish.
Finish how? We already did what you told us. And now she's a ghost. You haven't tried slaying her yet this time, though, have you?
Oh, she's definitely gonna kill me if I try that.
And then what?
And then you'll have saved the world. I think he's asking about what happens after we save the world. If that's even still an option. What do you mean, after?
You already know what we mean, don't you? So why don't you go ahead and tell us? You're going to try and lock us away in a timeless void again? Because I didn't much care for that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lock you anywhere.
What an interesting choice of emphasis.
Do you know why you came back?
How should I know? Why does anyone come back? Maybe I have unfinished business with you. Or maybe you have unfinished business with me. All I know is there's a hole in my chest. Not the big obvious one that you put there. There's something older and deeper. A nagging reminder that I'm not where I'm supposed to be.
The people who wanted you dead tricked me, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let's team up.
Nobody tricked you. I'm sure that other me gave you wholly accurate information that you wisely chose to act on. The fact that you apparently botched the landing isn't on the me you're talking to, nor is it on any other version of me that you've encountered.
You're using a lot of words to say a lot of nothing.
The enemy of my enemy.
The princess circles you again, her icy fingertips trailing up your spine, sending shivers rippling across your flesh.
I don't want enemies. I don't want to fight. I just want to go home. Is that really so much to ask?
How do we do
Just
that?
where is home, I wonder?
I don't know where home is. I just know it isn't here.
Did she hear
I
that?
can feel it calling to me from someplace far away. Wherever I'm supposed to be, it's out there.
How specific.
And how convenient for her. You see what she's doing, right? She's suggesting that the only way you can rid yourself of her would be to let her out, which, in case you haven't been listening, will spell the end of the entire world.
Still see stars outside, so that's interesting. Is there any way I can help you get home? Do you need me to bury those bones?
No, those bones are just a body. They aren't me.
That's fair.
Bury them. Smash them. It won't do a thing.
The doubled part of her voice is weird, because she's whispering and talking.
But you can help me. This place won't let me leave. At least, I'm not alone. I've tried. Before you came back to me, I explored every inch of this place, even the spaces between the walls. But I never found a way out. I always wound up right back here.
How about the mirror?
Maybe we should just leave. If she can't get out on her own, then why do we have to do anything? We could probably walk out right now and everything will
No,
be
she's
fine.
gonna murder us, absolutely.
Hasn't got out and can't get out are two very different things.
It'd be dull anyway. It's more interesting if we make a choice.
But you can come and go as you please, can't you? So, let me hitch a ride. After all,
Damn it.
Absolutely not. Is she asking if she can possess us? She is. and I hope I don't need to explain why you can't let that happen. It would be catastrophic if she managed to escape this place, and if you let her in, there is very little anyone could do to stop her. Would she be able to see us if we went along with it?
Now, isn't that an interesting thought? We could finally bring her face to face with him. I wonder what she would have to say to the one who wants her dead so badly.
You won't like how things play out if you go down this path.
I mean... If I let you in, do I still get to be in control?
Sure. Why not?
That doesn't sound very reassuring.
It could be the best way to trap her for good. Doesn't seem like it would be very easy to end the world from inside someone else's body.
That is a very dangerous train of thought.
We need to talk about what happens after you leave this place. I was told you'd end the world.
And what? You just believed that? You killed me without giving it any thought? That's cold.
That's rich coming from her. Every time she touches us, it's like we freeze over.
That's a little literal.
She's right, but that's neither here nor there. What's done is done. What we do from this point forward is all that matters. Let's try not to let emotion get the better of it.
Obviously, it was wrong of me to believe that. How could you have ended the world if all it took was to kill you was a knife to the heart?
Don't underestimate your own capabilities. If you truly managed to slay her last time, that doesn't mean she wasn't a threat. It means you did something heroic. Threats come in all shapes and sizes. A misspoken word could bring about the end of everything just as much as a blade or even the mere existence of an idea. You were chosen for this job for a reason.
That's right, killer. I'm not a threat to anyone. And even if I was...
Cheap viewers?
I'm
Why would I
hardly
want
a
cheap
threat
viewers when
anymore.
I got the
What did
best
you say?
ones right here? Spam. Banned. Go away. Even if I was, I'm hardly a threat anymore, wouldn't you say? Well, maybe. I mean, you didn't answer my question.
The only thing I've ever wanted was to leave this place. It's still the only thing I want.
You still didn't answer my question. Even if you don't want to end it, does letting you out of here mean the world
It
is going to
does.
end?
We're not asking you. We've heard your whole speech already.
I really don't know. I'm not lying to you. I promise. The world doesn't matter. All I remember is that I'm supposed to be there, not here. I'm just supposed to be a part of it. It's its home, I think. But what does it mean for anything to end? I ended, but I also didn't. I'm not so sure endings are real.
What are you going to do if I help you get out of here?
I don't know. Maybe I'll just fade away. Finally able to rest once I'm free from my unfinished business. Maybe I'll find someone to haunt.
I'm gonna haunt your ass because you killed me.
Maybe I'll haunt you.
Yeah.
It's a tough question, asking someone what she's going to do with her life.
Or
The princess
Not
leans in
life.
close and pauses, the frigid air between you stale and unmoving.
yeah.
Especially when it's someone's dead.
She pulls back with a playful giggle.
I don't think most living people could answer that either.
Yep.
Does anyone actually know
Ghost
who
princess.
they are or what they want?
I've never actually seen this before, so this is fun. And creepy. She doesn't know, so I mean, asking her again isn't going to do much, but why not?
I don't know. I just wanted to leave. I still just want to leave.
Leave it at that. That's not very nice. I died too, and I'm not floating around like you are. What happened? Why am I different? Why are you different?
You don't look dead, killer.
Yeah, I know.
The princess grabs your wrist, a sudden shock of cold flowing all the way up your arm, her eyes still fixed on yours as you try to squirm out of her grip.
Yeah, that's not happening.
And you don't feel dead either.
She lets go and pulls away. Your fingertips tingle painfully as the chill subsides.
I'm less interested in why you are, or how you are, and a lot more interested in what you are. But we've already been over that. So why don't you stop stalling and let me in? It's so cold out here.
Alright, I'm gonna tell her what happened. So after I killed you, I was in this cabin, and I want to say it was teleported. It wasn't in the woods anymore. Time stopped meaning anything. I had to kill myself to escape.
You poor thing. That must have been so frightening for you.
Okay, now you're just patronizing me.
You know, after everything we've been through, it's nice to see someone finally sympathising with us.
She's not
This whole
sympathizing.
thing's been an ordeal, hasn't it? She doesn't mean it.
It serves you right. I was pretty scared too, when you stood there not saying a word with a knife clenched in your fist. But now you know how bad it hurts to get stabbed in the chest. It sounds like you got exactly what you were owed.
God damn it. Yeah, alright. Let's get you out of here.
The princess swims through the air in front of you, pausing for a brief moment as her dark-rimmed eyes stare deeply into yours. There's a hunger in her gaze.
No regrets.
You're really trying to make it up to me, aren't you? Thanks for being a pal, killer. I mean it.
What are you doing? Don't just let her in. How many times do I have to tell you?
See you soon.
She rushes forward and then she's gone. A sharp chill spreads across your body. It starts in your chest, a freezing numbness flowing out from your heart, all the way down your limbs, your mind growing cloudy and confused as it settles over your very soul. I'm not sure I like this. Can we get a do-over? I'm afraid it's too late to stop now. The numbness gives way to a stabbing pain, your muscles twitching and convulsing violently, each involuntary movement causing more waves of agony to ripple across your body. You collapse to the floor, and everything goes dark.
Oh.
Come on, you. You've got to get up. I know everything feels heavy right now, but we still have to get out of here.
Your eyes flick back open as you get your bearings, your vision swimming as...
So this is what it's like to be you, huh? Disembodied voice narrating your every move?
So, it doesn't work like that for you?
Clearly it doesn't, or she wouldn't have commented on it.
All these shards of broken glass on the floor, are they also supposed to be you?
Hey, I'm not a shard of broken glass,
It's okay. You can finish your thought.
I'm a voice? I'm me is what I am.
Who cares what we are? We exist. That's all that matters.
You don't have to fight. We'll all be out of here soon.
No, it matters. What we are matters. If I'm a shard of broken glass, then that raises some questions about certain other voices in here too.
I'm clearly the same thing you are.
They're not listening to me. Do they not listen to you either?
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about him.
Ad break coming
You
up.
don't need to know what I am.
I'm gonna try to finish this
Just
before
need
we
to know that I'm
bump
different
out
from
for 3
more
minutes.
important.
Different than you, just more important.
So, you're the one who pulled the strings and made me dead. I can tell you don't belong here. You're barely even there. Like the shape of something left behind. You're more of a memory than a person.
Interesting.
That's rude.
You're kind of like me, actually.
I'm just going to ignore her. You push yourself off the ground.
Looks like
the
a face.
princess is nowhere to be seen.
Obviously, she's nowhere to be seen.
Because I'm in here with all of you. Everybody knows that.
I'm setting the stage. The room is empty because you made a spiteful, idiotic, and all-round foolish decision.
I mean,
You don't have to let him get to you. You're better than that. You're starting to make things right.
This is infuriating. Just whatever you do, you can't leave this place. It's not too late to fix this. Probably.
I can't think straight. There's too much
It's
noise.
okay. We're almost out of here. Just take it one step at a time, and everything will be fine.
Everything won't be fine if you listen to her.
One way or another, this is all going to end. Wouldn't it be nice if he ends with it?
Wouldn't that be nice? There's only one way to find out.
Leave the basement. Slay the princess is still an option. Interesting.
Your legs, weary with the weight of the princess's spectral form and clumsy with the cold that still pervades them, stumble towards the stairs.
I'm just trying to get home. You don't have to act like it's the end of the world.
But that's exactly what you leaving this place is going to be.
You don't know that.
I do. Wait, if she has a home to go back to, doesn't that mean that her leaving won't end the world?
It doesn't mean that at all. It could mean that wherever her home is, it's outside of the world.
Yeah, but it has to be somewhere, doesn't it? And if it's somewhere, then it's part of the world.
I suppose it's all a matter of perspective. Where does the world end and something else begin? Does the destruction of one open a door to another? Or is it the same world reborn?
Against the backdrop of the inane conjecture of meaningless little voices, your body continues its ascent up the stairs, staggering through the open door.
For how much you hate her, you aren't doing a whole lot to stop us from leaving this place.
Maybe the bossy one doesn't actually hate me. Maybe he even likes me. Or maybe he just knows that he's been in the wrong. Maybe he's trying to make amends too.
Not at all. I'll have you know that I do hate you, and I will continue to hate you for as long as I am able.
We should explore that.
It's just the weight of it all. It's too much for me to do anything other than describe and dictate.
And whine.
This body wasn't made to hold you and the princess. If you want to renege on your cataclysmically terrible decision a minute ago, well, you're the only one that can make that happen.
Trudge forward.
You continue
option, of
slowly
course,
to the
but
door,
nonetheless.
your feet like lead dragging across the floorboards, growing heavier with each step.
We're so close. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If we get out of here, I won't even care that you murdered me anymore.
You lift your shaking hand and rest it on the door handle, but you pause before you open it, exhaustion sapping what's left of your will.
Was exhaustion really the best you could muster up? It's over. There's no use stalling. Let's see what happens next.
Shit. But exhaustion wasn't enough, was it? The handle clicks as you twist it, and then the door groans open. Collapse to the ground, you and the princess, free from the confines of the cabin. As you exhale from the effort,
Alright,
you
ad
look up
break.
and see- Yes?
Alright, 3 minutes. We'll be back shortly. Get up and stretch, swap out your water, do whatever you need to, and we'll be right back. Righto. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around, and get back into second act of tonight's show.
Nothing. He's gone, and so is everything else.
So we did slay him after all. He had it coming, I suppose.
But what about us? Are we just stuck here in nowhere forever? Did taking her out of the cabin really end the world?
We're still here.
Yeah, but that thing you said earlier, are we not part of the world anymore? Are we in some world that exists after the world ends, or on top of the other world but not in it, or have we never been part of the world?
Okay, I've heard enough from these two. Let's see if I can pop out.
Hitchhiker. Pick up a passenger, take him to her destination. You feel a lightness in your chest as the pair of sunken eyes emerge from your body and stare up at you.
I'm out. You actually freed me, didn't you? I'm outside. Thanks for giving me a second chance, killer.
Don't mention it.
I think this is where I'm meant to be.
But you don't get a chance to respond. Something has taken her away and it's left something in her stead.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
Well,
And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
I don't know where she went. I don't know how would we even go about looking for her. The narrator is gone. I think I'm supposed to look at the mirror.
There's something dreadful about it.
I don't think you should.
Ignore him. You have to look.
I don't know where she went, and I don't know how we even go about looking for her.
Right.
Let's do that one.
She's gone. It's just us and that awful thing.
The mirror?
Don't bother looking for her. I'm sure it's just a waste of time.
Approach the mirror. Yeah, sure, narrator's gone. It's just an exploration, so.
Does that mean the world ended? He was never going to outlast us.
In theory.
I'm begging you, don't do this.
Mirror never scared you before.
It's different now. It feels, I don't know, final.
I mean, you approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. It's you. You're alone in a place that's empty. It's quiet here. Proceed to the cabin. You're at the cabin. Approach her. You recognize the presence inhabiting the shell. It is the entity that dwells in the spaces between.
Something returns to the long quiet. It has surrendered its path of annihilation and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
You're that thing I met in the space outside of the woods, aren't you? I thought it was a dream.
Vague recollections, empty tunnels without a mouth. I am sorry if I frightened you.
What are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
What does that mean?
Thoughts without connections. A dim and nascent network. I wish to be more.
Oh yeah. She's hyper cryptic. What do you think I am?
I think that you are like me. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
The gift of a fragile vessel.
Yes, nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond, perspectives to make my own. This one is vaporous. She is a dream for a life she could never have, but that longing has given her so much capacity for kindness. She will make for an understanding heart. Do not mourn her. She will finally be able to hold what she never knew.
Is this the end of the world?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
Do you know the narrator?
You are the only thing I have ever known. The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
Are you what sent me to slay the princess? Are you what has trapped me here?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
Do you know about the worlds beyond this place?
I know only that they are.
Are you the princess?
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
Were you always the princess, or are you just making her a part of yourself?
You speak in circles.
And you
Does
don't?
it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
What happens now?
Nothing, as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
How much will I forget?
Everything, until we meet again.
How many more pieces of you do I need to find?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
Aren't you scared that I'll find a way to kill you?
I have
Given
not
that-
lived. I am not afraid to die.
It's already happened before. I was sent to slay the princess to stop her from destroying the world. If I help you, is that what you're going to do?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
You're being semantic. What are you going to do if I help you?
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
What if I don't let you do this to me?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished, dry, hollow.
Alright, make me forget.
She asks that I tell you to remember her. You won't.
Everything goes dark and you die. Jesus. An evanescent vessel. Bring the specter to her.
You're on a path. You're here to slay.
Okay, moving on. Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked
While
up?
I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up. And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation. Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that. It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything.
Eggs.
Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
Look, can't someone else do this?
Unfortunately, you're the only one who can pull this off. I don't make the rules. I wish I did, but I don't.
Silently continue to the cabin.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's...
Proceed.
The interior of the blade is your
Take it.
You take the blade. The door to the basement creaks open. Her voice.
Who's there?
Don't let it fool you.
Oh, just checking in.
Oh, it's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess.
She's so cold.
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
My previous options are not here. Actually, I did that one, but... Yeah, okay, you caught me. I'm here to slay you.
That isn't a good idea. Just drop the knife, and maybe the two of us can talk things out.
She's right, we shouldn't. We should just drop the blade. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do,
after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. Killing someone in cold...
Yeah, sure, drop it.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops
Something
to the
different.
floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed.
We'll be fine.
I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Let's interview her. There's people out there who think you're going to end the world. What do you have to say about that?
Don't just tell her that.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here a long time.
Just how long has she been down here?
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
No, and if I'm being honest, I'm more inclined to trust you than I am inclined to trust them.
Sooner or later, you'll understand that I have your best interests at heart. Hopefully sooner.
How sweet. Now be a pal and help me get out of here, would you? We could figure out how to deal with them after I'm free.
I'll see what I can do.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for
Yes,
you to even
if only I'd
imagine
thought of that
trying to
earlier,
break
she
them
says.
apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key.
Do have a dagger.
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs.
Can we pick the lock?
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended
Is
for
there a
her to
lock?
never see the light of day.
Well, she
They
said key.
wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
I'm going to go upstairs. Maybe the key's still lying around somewhere up there. If not, maybe I can at least find something to break you free.
I'll be here.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Yay.
Is someone else here?
Try the
You
door.
try the door, but it's locked from the outside. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
Get me out of here.
Your shouts and pleas are met with silence. I'll repeat myself once again. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
Return.
You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they? The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
Willing to give a shot.
Against your better judgment, you place
Trigger
the blade
warning.
against the princess's arm, just above the massive, unyielding chain. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and you make quick work of it. Before long, you're able to crack through bone, and she pulls the bleeding stub of her arm through the iron gauntlet. She didn't so much as utter a sound.
Notice my cursor also has blood on it now.
Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye. How is she so composed after losing an arm? It's like she isn't even bothered by it.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I just can't let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
Slay the princess, warn her.
Stop that.
I thought this was a little too easy.
Your body lunges forward to sink the blade into her back, but the princess swiftly moves out of the way before you can connect. Stop it! Stop resisting me! I am trying to get you out of here alive.
Resist.
The blade. Move the blade.
You're doing your best to help me, aren't you? I can see the conflict in your eyes. I'll make this quick.
She steps forward and pries the blade from your rigid hands.
Maybe I'll see you in another life.
And then she slits your throat with an almost clinical ease. Her face remains unchanged as she watches you collapse to the ground, blood flowing from your butchered neck. This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die. I hope it was worth it.
Chapter 2, The Prisoner.
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
I'm getting a terrible sense of deja vu.
A terrible sense of deja vu? No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here. Don't forget what he did to us the last time around. I wouldn't trust a word out of his mouth. There's got to be a way out of here, for us and for the princess. We just have to keep trying. I'm inclined to agree. If he doesn't remember what happened last time, maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you two, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets, and as far as trying to help her goes, need I remind you how catastrophically dangerous she is to the world at large? I told you about the stakes of this situation less than a minute ago.
Pretty sure this whole thing is just
We
really
could go
just
back
happened.
and forth on this forever, and it won't get you any closer to doing your job and saving the world. So let's just agree to disagree.
Pretty good, Shark. How's it going? We were attempting to slay the princess. So we have taken a path which took us toward just straight up doing what the narrator said and murdering the princess like every single time. And then she turned into a ghost. So we then tried to free the ghost. So that was different. This time we've been a little more skeptical about it and helped her escape, although the narrator took control of our body and tried to stab her anyway. We then resisted, and she just said, well, you know, thanks for trying, I'll make it quick, and slit our throat. So we'll see how this goes. Alright, let's do that one, because, yeah, very different questions.
The absolute irony. Well, that's one way to put it, I guess. You really don't remember what happened last time, do you? You practically forced the princess to kill us. That doesn't sound like the sort of thing I'd do, which is honestly all the more reason for you to not buy into whatever self-delusions the three of you are crafting. But this is a thought experiment, so I suppose I'll continue to give you the benefit of the doubt. If I did practically force the princess to kill you, it was probably for a good reason. Did you try and free her? Did you say something really mean to me? Because if I really did what you said I did, you probably deserved it. I'm a professional, after all. Sure you are. Anyway, I believe your second question was, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. You forced the princess to kill us and now everyone's right back where they started. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time, if it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would?
It's a different universe, and it probably doesn't matter from our perspective because we were dead.
What a conveniently ambiguous group of things for her to ruin. For all we know, the princess left the cabin and never saw another soul. Oh, how I wish that were the case, but if the princess weren't a certain, inevitable threat to the world, the four of us wouldn't be here. And yet, here we are. You're talking in circles. No, I'm talking in facts.
Let's talk about this princess.
Just be quick about it.
Who locked her in that basement, and what is this place?
People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
Okay, if people locked her away, then why wouldn't they slay her? Why is this falling on me?
Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the only person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps, but it's just the way things are. Oh, I didn't know we were special. Of course you're special. Why else would you be here? Yes, right. We're here because we're special. Look, you're annoyed that you're here. I get it. I'm also annoyed that I'm here. But we're all in this together, and we're dealing with a bit of a ticking clock right now.
You're being very cagey. What aren't you telling
I've
me?
told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult. Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to trust me here.
The only reason she was able to kill me last time was because I let her, and all she did was slit my throat. How is she supposed to end the world?
She just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm saying is true, and that, despite it all, you're fully up to the task that's been given to you. You haven't given us an ounce of proof. You do know that, right? What proof could you possibly ask for? Literally anything. Fine. Check your pockets.
Check your pockets.
You put your hands in your
The
pockets
evidence.
and pull out an envelope with the words, "The Evidence," written across the front. Within, you find a note in your handwriting. It reads, "The princess will
In
end the
our
world
handwriting.
if you don't stop her. This is an immutable truth." That doesn't prove anything. How do we know you didn't just forge our handwriting? I wish I could tell you more, but there are some rules I have to follow for all our sakes. Please just trust that these rules are in place for a reason. I'm on your side. You mean you're on our side as long as we do what you tell us to? Exactly. Because you not doing what I tell you to do means you're putting the world at risk. I think we've got everything out of him we're gonna get.
Yep.
Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
Proceed.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie. She will cheat.
Yeah.
Yes, don't believe a word she says. Just go in, take the knife, and do what you're supposed to. Wink. Did you just say wink out loud? No, I didn't. Wink. Just ignore this clown and focus on the princess. The interior of the cabin is less a cozy woodland retreat and more like a dungeon. A few pathetic wisps of starlight attempt to illuminate the cold, uninviting stone walls, and thick, wrought iron bars barricade the windows, reminding anyone who enters that this is a prison. The only furniture of note is an iron table, bolted to the floor, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your
Whole cabin's different than last time.
Very different. Yes, but why? Did he change it? Or did it change all on its own? Maybe it's a different cabin entirely. Now isn't that a novel thought? Maybe you haven't actually been here before. I hope this means you'll finally drop your ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. Don't get distracted by minor details.
Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror.
Wipe it clean.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But there was a mirror a second ago, and now it's gone. If he doesn't want us to know about it, it must be important. We should keep our eyes peeled. Maybe it'll be back.
Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. Good idea. Much better to be armed than to go in with blind hope alone. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an
Music
old
has
stone
stopped.
staircase.
Previous
A
times.
few sputtering torches attempt to vaguely illuminate your path, dancing across glimmering patches of slimy moss on the stone steps. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her voice, harsh but controlled, carries up the stairs.
Is that a visitor I hear? Please, come downstairs. It's been a while since I've had company.
Does she remember us? You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the
Wow.
princess. She looks up at you, the heavy collar around her neck clanking loudly as she moves. The chains binding both her wrists to the far wall, joining the metallic chorus as she adjusts her hands in her lap. So much for cutting her out of here. Do you hear yourself right now? Cutting her out of here never should have been on the table. Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall? Odd that in a place where everything seems to serve a distinct purpose, there would be something so obviously useless. That was there last time too, wasn't it? It was.
What an interesting development. Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing in my heart.
I'm not sure I need to do much of anything. Do you see how locked up she is? I'm just gonna leave her here. Sit with her.
You step towards the princess, but she stops you before you get too close, holding up one shackled hand.
There's fine. I'd prefer we keep some distance until we've sorted this out.
That's reasonable. We do have a weapon. Might as well put her at ease.
Sit where you were told to sit. Fine.
You do as she asks and sit on the floor, still a good distance away from her.
Thank you. Now, what are your intentions for me?
I think I'm just gonna leave you here, actually. You're not much of a threat to anyone locked up like that. Bye! I've been here before. Am I the only one who remembers that?
Oh, are we acknowledging that? I thought we weren't going to give away the game. But yeah, I remember.
I guess what you said back in the woods really was true. As much as I would like to remain in denial, it's no use. This has complicated things. It's complicated things how, exactly? Ideally, this was supposed to be one and done. You go to the cabin, you heroically slay the princess, and in the process you save the entire world from being damned to oblivion. The situation right now, where you're getting a second shot at things, is a
contingency.
A contingency for what? For you failing, obviously. And you being here means that things are going to be a lot harder than they were. I really shouldn't say anything else, I'm just going to make it worse. Just good luck. Now hold on, if you knew this could happen, why didn't you believe us back in the woods? Why lay out all those hypotheticals? We didn't have to talk in circles. I needed you to believe this was your first time here, even if that wasn't the truth. I hoped if I pushed back hard enough I could cram this seeping mess back into the bottle.
Lol.
And maybe I wanted to be the first version of me that you met. I didn't want to be confronted by the alternative. That's pathetic. I never said I wasn't.
I get it. It would be pretty upsetting, wouldn't it? To know that you might not be the first version of yourself. At least we can remember what happened before. Seems like we should count ourselves lucky for that.
Exactly, he gets it. You're lucky, so don't waste that luck by messing it up again. All right?
Moving on. Why is it important for us to be ignorant? How is it ever helpful to be in the dark?
The more I say, the more your mind will swim into dangerous waters. Even saying that is too much. Your success hinges on you having imperfect information. For the sake of the entire world, you need to accept that.
Interesting.
I won't.
Fine, but you won't get another word from me on the matter.
Yeah, sure. We'll see about that.
Just give it a rest, this isn't helping.
Focus. This is a serious situation. You shouldn't be daydreaming.
You were asking about my intentions earlier. What did you mean?
Yes, your intentions. You have a knife. What are you going to do with it? Why are you here? There isn't a keyhole in these shackles, and I don't see any keys in your hands either. So I'm afraid my only way out is another surgical removal.
Is she forgetting about the shackle on her neck?
Or does she think she'd survive a beheading?
You're right. Maybe she's delusional. All the more reason not to trust her.
Unless she really could survive.
Though I suppose you could just be here to kill me. But I don't think that's in either of our best interests.
Other chain on the wall. What's it for? Who's
I
it
don't
for?
know, but you could always try it on. Maybe it'll fit.
I hope I don't actually have to say this, but please don't lock yourself in chains. We need you ambulatory if you're going to save the world.
How am I supposed to cut you out if you didn't notice your head's in a shackle too?
No. Like I trust you to come any closer with that knife. All you're going to do is hand it to me and watch me work.
But she would have to cut her head off, right? She can't be suggesting that.
She certainly seems confident. Maybe she knows something we don't.
Or maybe you should consider the most likely scenario. She's bluffing so she can disarm you.
Though if she isn't bluffing, whatever she has planned might be for her benefit alone. There's no guarantee that what's good for her is good for us.
So, what should we do?
I don't know. I'm just spelling out our options, listing the pros and cons.
I'm curious.
Then let me help you. I'll start with the cons. If you're handing her your weapon, the cons are that she might use it to escape and end the entire world. And she might use it to kill you.
That doesn't sound great. What about the pros?
There are none.
The pros are that we can't trust him, possibly even more than we can't trust her. Whatever she has planned could do something to mess with what he has planned. Or maybe they're both screwing us over in their own ways.
Also true. Inspect the shackle.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And why is that?
Do I even need to explain myself? It's a shackle and it's one without a key. Do you want to be stuck here like she is?
And what? Is it going to lock the second we put our wrist into it?
I don't know.
Maybe it will. He doesn't want us to look at it. That's all the reason we need to investigate.
But what if he's telling the truth?
He isn't.
I am.
Inspect it.
Against your better judgment, you approach the chain dangling from the far wall. The princess watches you with faux disinterest as you inspect it, though she can't fully hide her curiosity. I don't want to say what I'm supposed to say next.
What is that supposed to mean?
It sounds bad. Is it bad? Yes, it's bad.
Come out and say it then. You're just wasting time.
Fine. As you hoist the shackle, its heft shifts within your grasp, as if pulled by some odd magnetism. Before you can so much as blink, it practically leaps from your hands, snapping around your neck.
Interesting.
And, as if your situation weren't bad enough, the same magnetism repels your blade, which is flung from your hand and sent skittering across the floor of the basement.
Okay.
Excuse me? Yes? Are we stuck here now?
So it would seem. Become your
Yes.
own jailer.
Huh, so it does fit. And I guess it doesn't like your knife. We're stuck here together, aren't we? That's funny.
What are we supposed to do now?
Can't even cut ourselves out. Guess we'll starve.
That's horrible.
It's not all bad. We learned a valuable piece of information.
Not to touch things we're specifically told not to touch.
No, that there's something special about this loose chain. It's clearly important.
Did you know this was going to happen?
No.
So we're both stuck here.
Yep.
What should we do?
Wait, I guess. Maybe something else will happen. Maybe not.
Not one for small talk, are you?
Nope.
That's rude.
Wait in
You
silence.
and the princess wait in silence, though neither of you knows what you're waiting for. But you're waiting for something. You're waiting for anything. This is so boring.
There must be something we can do to get out of here. There must be something we're missing.
But there isn't. Time passes. It passes and passes and passes. And the basement of the cabin remains much the same. It is cold and silent.
At least the world is safe.
It isn't. You're stuck. Too far away from both the princess and your blade to do much of anything. But she's not ending anything. She's just sitting there. Her very existence is a threat. It harms everything around it.
How exactly does that work?
It just does.
But
Your line of questioning is interrupted by the passage of even more time. And after that, even more time passes again. And let me guess, the cabin remains the same.
if time is passing, the cabin can't be the same. Even if the differences are small, they have to exist. That's just how things work.
I suppose you're correct. Things are changing. The differences are small at first, a bit of weathering here, a bit of erosion there, but then they get larger and larger.
Hey, have you noticed the basement changing?
I don't like small talk, remember?
That's not really
Still
small talk.
rude.
Continue to wait in silence. Ooh.
You continue to wait in silence, and the cabin continues to change. The decay
Roots.
comes faster now. You can see earth through holes in the stonework, can watch lichen spread along the seams of the walls.
That doesn't make sense. Has our entire concept of time changed? What
Pretty
happens to
much.
starving? We should have died by now if the rocks around us are starting to erode.
She hasn't starved.
I guess she hasn't.
Even more silent time passes as you watch roots push themselves through the increasingly porous walls of the basement.
Dagger seems to have
Dirt
gone.
seeps inside, flowing across the stone floor like a liquid, covering the ground and threatening to swallow you both. Time continues to pass, and pass, and pass, until suddenly there are no walls. And then And? I think he's gone.
Would you look at that? We made it out of the cabin, and nothing bad had to happen to either of us. So this is the outside world. It's cold.
But you do not get a chance to respond, nor will you ever. Time to leave.
She's gone.
Memory returns.
Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
Not gonna work.
Mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
It's gonna be okay. Just trust me. We've been here before. You always get scared.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything.
You're right. Part of me wants the truth, but something stronger is holding me back. Fear.
I'll see you on the other side. It's going to be okay.
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you.
Feels too good to be true.
Approach. Gaze. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. The bloat. You've grown. Okay. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. Approach her.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
Are you the same being as you were before? How much have you changed?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
Everything you say feels like a riddle. Can you give me a single straight
I'm
answer?
sorry. Words are difficult for me. They never fully weave what I wish to say. If you do not like my answers, then you need not ask me questions. The vessels you choose to bring me carry far more meaning than anything words could say in the spaces between.
What does it feel like to change like this?
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together. It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
When this is all done, what do you want to do?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was. I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed. But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you.
When I go back, it's as if an invisible wall closes around me. Why can I not do the same things as I've done before?
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
Do you have any thoughts on this vessel?
This one is cold and cynical. She has protected herself when others could not. She will make for a clever heart. Do not mourn her. She doesn't need to be protected any longer.
What do you feel about me? These vessels I've been bringing you, I've hurt them.
The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but their impulses are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them, you are a gate to something more, and any hurt you've caused them is understood as a fair price for freedom. But they are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not me. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
What do you want me to bring you next time?
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them. My joy is in seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
So you don't have any preferences on how you'd like to change or grow?
My preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel them. It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory.
You've been kinder to me than anyone else I've met. Why?
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me. I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
Everything goes dark, and you die. Bring the prisoner to her.
You're on a path in the wood. You're here to slay her.
Okay, thanks for telling me what to do.
It's all part of the job. You make your way up the short path to the cabin.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a prince.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's... The interior of the cabin is almost a blade, is your implant.
No, not this time. I know
The door
some
to
of
the
what this is
basement
going to do.
creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated
didn't
by an
change.
unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp. A hint of rot. Her voice softly carried.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
I'm here to save you. Lie, I'm here to save you. Let's be honest
How
this
many
time.
times do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever. Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
I'll see what I can do. Examine the chains.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
I'm gonna check upstairs. Maybe there's a key lying around.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut.
Oh,
You
of
hear the
course.
click of a lock. Is someone else here?
Return to the bottom.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
Alright, we're about to have another ad break.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
Save the princess is the only option.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal. No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Approach the locked door.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No,
Same.
I can't just let her escape. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You watch me.
What are you?
Again, warn her.
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
Alright. We'll be back in 3 minutes. We got another 3-minute ad that's starting up. And then we'll figure out what's going to happen with this one. Because this is different than last time. We are at least kind of happy at the moment. We return. I'm trying to get you out of here alive. Yeah, I think we're gonna still resist because we're at least trying to figure out how to be nice to the princess? Question mark?
The blade.
Resist.
Move the blade. As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Oh no! I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake.
For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone. Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
I'm sorry.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she? Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 2, The Damsel.
You're on a path. You're here to slay.
This has already happened.
It hasn't. Or if it has, I certainly haven't been a part of it. We've just met for the first time, you and I. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best. Yes, he didn't approve of us last time,
Voice
did he?
of the smitten.
If we're going to save our beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about it. Our beloved? Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess. Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works. We'll see about that. Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. Sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek. What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
Let's do this one again, because I don't know if the voice of the smitten has something else to
Those are
say.
two very different. Let's say for a moment that if you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably you were the one who did us in,
Yeah.
villain.
There we go.
Well, not you in the literal sense, but you did everything you could to stop us from rescuing her. Oh, I wonder why. Maybe it's because the entire world was at stake. No lone princess is worth that price. I beg to differ. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to take a deep breath and assume that whoever is making the decisions here has the common sense to ignore your protestations. Anyway, I believe your second question was, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it's... What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical, if it's the latter, what do you think the people there lived happily? She would never. She's a perfect angel that you cruelly imprisoned as part of some convoluted, dastardly scheme. Convoluted? I don't know how this premise could be any more simple. Princess bad, stop her, save everyone.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with them. I'm gonna find a way to save her from that cabin.
That's right, you can't stop all of us. We're going to sweep her off her feet if it's the last thing anyone does. Are these really the sorts of people you'd like to align yourself with? You're not at the cabin yet. You still have plenty of time to reflect on the situation. I just hope for all our sakes that you make the right call.
Proceed. Tonight is
A warning before you go any further. She will
hashtag
lie.
not sponsored.
We already told you we're not playing along with your little game. It's your lies that can't be trusted. Her beauty is the only thing in the world we can believe in.
Not sponsored by Brewdog King Crush Mango and Passion Fruit Double Milkshake IPA.
I think we've already been over this.
Pretty good
I'm
color
pretty sure
to
he
it.
just likes the sound of his own voice. I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed.
Very fruity, juicy as expected. And of course, digestive biscuit.
Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead. The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine threaded tapestries, a prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement.
Whole cabin's different than last time.
Very different. Is it? I can't say I was paying much attention to the scenery last time around. Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you're... So focus up. Stop letting...
To ignore the blade again. Have her bite herself out again.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight. But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I can hear wedding bells already. I've held my tongue till now, but you're taking this a little too far. We barely even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this over-the-top fawning. Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess.
Dress is different
There's
too.
a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall. My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment. You know she can't hear you, right? She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit. Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Back.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing. And she called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it? Waiting for you to come back. I didn't want to believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence. You've been here before. That's right, villain. And you killed us. Well, she killed us. Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty. And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time. Now, hold on. If she actually ended a world, are you sure we want to do this? Are you sure we want to rescue her? We never saw a world end, and now I'm even more certain that we must chase our heroic and romantic destiny than I've ever been. I shan't let anyone convince us otherwise. Are you listening to him? He's lost it. Don't let him distract you. Just do your job.
I mean, I don't have a knife, so... I didn't bring a knife. Do I have to cut you out again?
I'm okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
We won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done. What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains. Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird? She didn't care last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic, smiling angel. No, you're right. It's extremely bizarre behavior and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted. So go ahead and slay her.
I'm sorry what happened the last time. The narrator who sent me here to kill you took over my body. It was extremely unfair.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
She took that in stride. To a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually. That's because she's perfect. Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do? She doesn't. There's no one else like me. I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
What happened after I died?
You died, and now we're talking.
But before we started talking, did the world end? Did you end the world?
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
Isn't that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy. My heart melts further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips. Are you listening to her? That's a confession.
No, I don't really want the world
Then
to
I
end.
didn't end the world.
See? She didn't confess anything. Not so sure.
You killed me last time and I hurt a lot. Why did you do that?
I'm sorry. Didn't you want me to?
Did we? We warned her of the cruel forces seizing our body. That's practically telling her to kill us. She is our beloved, and she made the choice to free us of our misery, to show us mercy and make the best decision for everyone.
She made the best decision for her. Don't be so quick to assign kindness. You're just opening yourself up to manipulation.
Rescue the princess.
No, I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her? I would if you had a weapon. Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought. You wouldn't. I would. I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings, and doesn't the world end if we don't stop her? You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That
we have feathers.
Worked. I'll be damned.
Didn't notice that.
We're
before.
doomed. I can't believe it. I guess I have to. I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh. If only you had a weapon, one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade would be buried in her back and everyone out there would be saved. Luckily for Mr. Romance, we don't have a weapon. Who needs a weapon when we have the power of love on our side?
What do we do now?
What do you want to do?
Let me guess. End the world? Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love in his heart.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world? You're so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
I think I want to leave. And I think...
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection. And then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
I don't know what you want to do. There must be something you want.
I just want to make you happy.
That music is shifting.
She can't just want to make us happy. It makes sense to me. That's all I want for her, so of course she'd want the same for us.
But you need your own thing. You just met me. You can't base your entire happiness around me.
Okay, if that's what makes you happy.
Is she broken? What's going on? What's going on is she's lying to you, only she isn't a good liar. Are you starting to trust me now?
I want you to make me unhappy. This is the paradox, right?
Okay, if that's what makes you happy, I can make you unhappy.
This isn't right. I don't
She
know
had
what's going on, but
really
this
sharp
isn't
teeth.
right. I fail to see the problem here. She's just sweet on us. You don't have to act like it's a big deal.
You have to want something more than just making me happy.
Okay, I'll find something else to want if that makes you happy.
Is it just me, or does it feel like we're alone right now?
We lived happily ever after.
Like
It's
we're
all
the
she
only
wanted.
ones here?
We just got ourselves into an infinite loop. You don't get the chance to ask another question, nor will you ever. It's time to leave.
No.
Memory returns.
She was our perfect match. She's gone. Where did she go? And is that a...
Of course that you're scared. This is the end for you, but it's not for me.
What is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now. Do it, then.
End us all before I die of a broken heart.
You've withered. Find yourself in the long quiet once again.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
Doesn't matter how many times I go back, at least one of us always hurts the other. Doesn't that change you? Doesn't it make you worse?
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
Seems so distant as I'm near you.
It does seem small from here, and the more we journey, the smaller each of those steps will be. But that doesn't make any of them less special.
What do you think of this vessel?
This one is soft and delicate. You molded her to love you, and she'll make for a gentle heart. Do not mourn her. She has served her purpose.
How can you stand to be a contradiction?
As easily as you can stand to be you. You are like me, even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit. Even if you have chosen to ignore the brilliant contours of your soul.
Can't be a contradiction. Contradictions don't exist.
And yet my waters flow and my streets bustle. There are no words that can describe me into non-existence. There is no logic that can bind my multitudes. I am everything that you have known me to be, but I am also none of it.
You know what happens to the worlds we leave behind.
My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
Do you still not care what I bring you next?
I care about your gifts, but I have no preferences to burden you with. Even if I did, I would never dare to tarnish our relationship by assuming myself above you.
Have you figured out what you'll want when we've finished?
The desires of my multitude thrive in endless competition with themselves, but none of them rise above their dance to influence me. I yearn for what I have always yearned for, our awakening. Other desires shrink in the light of knowing you and knowing me.
Alright.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Everything goes dark, and you die. Idealized, bring the deconstructed damsel to her.
You're on a path
You're here to slay.
Forget
Are
it,
you
I'm not doing this.
serious? No, you have to do it.
Turn around, leave.
Seriously? You're just going to...
Yes, I definitely know where I'm going.
Somehow I doubt that, but fine. I suppose you just...
Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it.
Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
Okay, I'm going to the cabin. Sheesh.
That's great to hear. As long as you bring that fiery attitude to princess slaying, I think this will all resolve splendidly. A warning. She will love. Fortunately, she's only a princess. We can't just go through with this and listen to him.
Proceed.
The interior of the cabin is almost a blade.
Just enter the basement, forget it.
The door to her voice
Hello?
is... Don't let it fool you.
Continue.
Good. You're still listening to reason. It would be better if you had a weapon, but you may... You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the prince. She's beautiful. I am begging you to stay focused.
Hi.
Let's talk of it first.
Okay.
What's your name?
Oh.
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess Princess?
If I'm the first person you've seen in a while, what have you been eating or drinking?
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess. That's hardly relevant. Okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
So Princess is your name?
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like. I'm sorry, I've been down here so long, I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name, though. Everyone has a name.
Okay, that's weird. She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade, and slay her before it's too late.
So what are you going to do if I let you out of here?
The princess hesitates before responding. She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another life. She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you want to hear.
Are you looking for the truth, or are you looking for the right answer? Because with the dynamic we have going on here, I don't think the specifics of what I do really matter. It's not like you'd believe me.
Can't believe they've been keeping you down here like this. I'm getting you out of here.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you.
You're making a huge... No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to eat.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere up. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away.
Do you have any other ideas?
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free. You attempt to make your way out of the base. Is someone else here?
Return.
You make your way to the bottom. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're...
I heard the door slam.
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth as she rips her flesh from her bone. It's the blade from up... Or we could use... You won't like what happens.
So now we do get the option. Either save or slay. I hate the idea, but we've already tried save the princess, so let's slay her
Without
now.
hesitation, bring the blade down and plunge it into the princess's back. Finally. The wound drives her to the ground. Okay, there's no going back now. I'm with you to the end.
You bastard. Were you lying to me this whole time?
Okay.
The princess
Looks
pushes
bad.
away from you, the motion ripping the blade from her back. Wounded, but still alive, she crouches on all fours in the corner of the room and meets your eyes with the ferocity of a cornered predator.
You've made a terrible enemy, and there's nothing in the world that can possibly save you from me.
I thought we had the upper hand, but it's as if she's barely even threatened by us. It's an act. She's wounded and unarmed. There's nothing she can do to hurt you. I'm not so sure. Don't waver now. As you ready your blade to deliver a lethal blow, she lunges at your legs with the same animal ferocity she used to tear at her armor.
Run away.
Your knife cuts into her again and again as you're tackled to the ground, your body racked with pain as she rips into you with tooth and claw.
Those are some nasty teeth.
Forget about trying to rescue her. This is about survival now. Give her everything you've got.
Yeah.
Though your nerves are seizing with pain, you know you've done your fair share of damage as well, your blade having left deep gashes in the princess's back. You seize a moment of hesitation to throw her off of you and shakily push yourself back to your knees. We can still turn this around.
Ari punching, like you said, let's run for the stairs.
The princess is still chained to the wall. There's nothing she can do to stop you from getting out of here. What if she doesn't succumb to her wounds? Whatever she is so much more dangerous than I thought she'd be. You rush up the stairs and dive past the threshold. You're safe. For now. You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade. Okay, we can make this work. She has an awful wound and we have all the time in the world. Playing jailkeeper for a while might make things a little easier. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you
Oh,
from
here you
the other
go.
side of the
Here you
door.
go.
I know you're still there. Make things easier on yourself and let me out. It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. Oh, it's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare.
As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it. You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker.
No, it doesn't.
Bang on the door all you want. It'll only make you bleed out faster.
Do you think a couple of cuts is enough to do me in? I'm not as frail as you think.
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall. You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way.
Where is she?
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach.
Throw the knife?
Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
So she's a lich now, is basically what I'm hearing.
Hopeless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills. What a shame. If you'd only helped me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest. You have seconds left.
What's that one? Chat meltdown.
I'd say better luck next time. But we both know this is the end, don't we?
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends.
I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark,
and
you die.
Chapter 2, The Nightmare.
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to
She's gonna kill me again.
Again? People don't die twice. You haven't even met the princess, and I hardly think she'd be capable of killing someone as skilled and courageous as yourself. If he doesn't remember what happened, then shh. What if he hears us? That's a very good question.
Voice of the paranoid.
Voice. What if he does hear you? Shit. I think you'll find yourselves very hard-pressed to keep any secrets from me. Not that it matters right now, because like I said, this is the first time we've met.
Proceed. Oh, you know what?
A
Should have
warning.
explored that, but
She will lie.
I don't
That's all
think lying and cheating is a thing. She was very direct with us last time. Or at least she was direct with us after we decided to lock her away.
It doesn't matter. Don't trust anyone. The interior of the cabin is plain, the smooth wood of the walls almost featureless. The only furniture of note is a lone table, knocked on its side in the corner of the room. A pristine blade stands between you and the open, inviting basement doorway. The blade is your implement. Hold on. What happened to the door? There was a door here last time.
It's just an empty frame.
She's already got now, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us? I'm going to need all of you to pull yourselves together. The princess has not already gotten out.
But if you keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done. So deep breath in, deep breath out. Your task awaits, and only you can do it.
Take the blade.
You reach down and pick the blade up. Good. Steel can't lie to us. Is it gonna be enough, though? Couldn't you have given us something else? Something, I don't know, better than a knife? Could we have a bomb? The blade is the only thing you need to finish your task. You're more than capable of pulling this off, so long as you don't lose faith in yourself. Those are the words of someone who knows he's sending us to our death. You're right. I was so stuck on the eyes watching us that I didn't even notice it there. What are you two talking about? There isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the floor, and the open doorway leading to the base. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. We have to look at it. Unless that's what he wants us to do. And pretending it isn't there is a trick to get us to do exactly what he wants.
I want to look at myself. I want to see how handsome I am.
We shouldn't waste time preening. But if he is lying about the mirror, it might be important. I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good? Maybe he's trying to keep us from looking because there's something horribly wrong with us. No, there isn't something horribly wrong with you. You look exactly how you're supposed to look. Now stop second-guessing my every word. You walk up to the wall next to the empty basement. This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. Did he make it go away? Clearly there was something in there worth investigating if he wants it hidden so bad. Very different. He changed it, didn't he? It's like he's trying to make us doubt our reality. Calm down. Maybe the three of you just think everything is different because you haven't been here before. Enough of this past life nonsense. You haven't died, so focus up. You cross over the threshold and onto a series of isolated steps, suspended in darkness. More eyes, too.
Yay.
You never mentioned the eyes.
Eyes in the distance.
The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her cruel and playful voice prances up the stairs.
I didn't think you'd come back. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and I.
Okay, we need a game plan. Last time we were here, just being close to her was enough to kill us.
How hard is it to throw a knife?
It can't be that hard. But then we'd lose our weapon. We'd have to make it count. Otherwise she'd be furious and we'd be defenseless. If a knife is even enough to do anything against something like her in the first place, it'll be enough.
Step off into the void between the stairs.
You attempt to step off the stairs and into the pitch black surrounding them, but you're stopped by an invisible force. Why did you do that? What did you think would happen?
Falling into an infinite void seemed better than going downstairs and just dying.
How would falling into an infinite void be better than anything? You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. As you emerge, you find yourself between two loose rows of white wooden planks, suspended in nothingness. A smattering of cobblestones, visible against the inky black of the basement, mark where the floor should be, forming vague pathways. At what seems to be the end of the room, they diverge in opposite directions, left and right. She could be anywhere, and there's nowhere for us to hide. We're completely exposed. Are you really not going to comment on how weird this place is? No, I'm not. Somebody needs to be the voice of reason here, and it certainly isn't you. Excuse me, I'm being incredibly reasonable. You're the one who's just matter-of-factly describing whatever the hell we're looking at like it's an ordinary basement. We're going to die down here. I don't want to die again. Please stop saying that. You're only going to make things worse. Just pick a direction and start moving.
I wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It doesn't really matter, because either way you go, I'm going to find you.
Go left.
You turn to the left. A faintly outlined path lies before you.
There you are. I told you I was going to find you.
As the princess approaches, your legs suddenly go numb. Your arms quickly follow. This is it, isn't it?
And you brought a little knife with you. Cute.
There has to be a way out of this. Think. What did you do? Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
Your vision cuts out as your blood begins to coagulate. It's as if every part of your being is coming to a lurching halt.
Alright, first chance we get, we're gonna stab her.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Your lungs pull in a desperate gulp of air as your eyes shoot back open. What are you doing? I'm working. Do you want this body to function, or do you want... And then experience stops once more as your body reapproaches death. Okay, whatever you were doing, please just start doing it again. You sure about that? Are you sure that's what you want, or do you want to interrupt me some more? You have seconds left. Yes, I'm sure. Heart. Again, your eyes shoot open as you...
Can't decide what you want to do, can you? Oh well, standing there gasping like a fish is more fun than dead. Even if you look ridiculous.
She isn't attacking us. Nerves. The why doesn't matter. She's already proven her ill intent. Don't lose sight of your mission. Your weapon is still in your hands. Strike at her and end this before it's too late. Lungs.
Yeah, no.
Nerves. Heart. Lungs. Liver. Nerves. Your will concentrates into a single fine point, and you strike out against the princess, ignoring the constant reminders of your breaking body. She doesn't even move as the blade sinks into her heart. We did it. We actually did it.
Yeah. Probably not.
You actually went for it. Oh, you're going to regret this. I could be so much more terrible for you than I am now.
Can she? We've already seen how she can change. Heart, lungs, liver.
You're not getting those stairs back. I'll see you when you finally decide to die.
She falls to the ground.
No exit. Stuck in a dream without a stair to be seen.
Oh. I can. Finally. And now that she's gone, you can let us out of here. Right? But she was the one who controlled this place, wasn't she? And now she's dead. I don't like to think what that means for us. It means that you're stuck here. Forever. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, I hate this. Time passes. Forever's gonna end eventually, right? No, it won't. That's the whole point of forever. It doesn't end. I feel sick. It doesn't have to be forever, though. Does it? What do you mean? We still have a way out, clutched in our hands.
I mean, it's not in our hands right now, but...
You suggesting we kill ourselves? Won't we be dead? I guess that hasn't stopped us before. That's a terrible idea. You've already saved the entire world from ruin. Why would you want to die? Because right now, you don't want us to do that. You're right. I don't. But if we've already saved the world, then why does it matter if we die? Why do you care? I just do. I value life. Every life. Even yours. Especially yours.
What about hers?
Why? What do you mean, why? I think it's perfectly reasonable to value life. Exactly. I don't have to answer that.
It's not like it matters if I die, I'll just come back again.
That's unfortunate.
You were only supposed to be here once.
I don't like the way you said that. You knew this was a possibility, didn't you?
Of course I did. Though I'd rather hoped I was the first one. That explains a lot, though. Oh, you bastard. How much are you not telling us? Plenty. But it's all in your best interest. And the world's. And mine. She's dead and we're stuck in a hell void forever. How could telling us your secrets possibly hurt anyone?
It just can. Look, this world is saved, but if you start over, for all you know, you're just putting another world in danger. You barely managed to land the killing blow here. What if you don't manage it next time?
I've already said too much, really. You won't get another word out of me on the subject.
Really? Can you tell me your secrets now?
No.
How about now?
Still no.
I'm gonna wear you down eventually. You might as well spill those sweet, sweet secrets now. Then we'll have something else to talk about.
You're not going to wear me down. Oh, we should ask him one more time. He's on the cusp of sharing his secrets. I can feel it. I'm not.
Either way, at least needling him is something to do.
Secret?
The narrator ignores you. You can't just describe yourself ignoring us. I can. The narrator continues to...
But I got the best company I could ask for. You guys. What more could I need?
Oh, you could do a lot better than us.
Exactly. You'll be fine here. Just come up with a game or something to pass the time.
Am I not a creature of biology? Won't I starve or die of dehydration before forever happens?
That's a grim thought, innit? But I suppose you're right. You are a creature of biology. Something will happen to you before forever comes along.
We don't have to starve to death. You have our way out.
Are you stuck here with us, or are you capable of going other places?
I'm stuck here with you. I wish I weren't.
Feelings mutual. At least we're all being honest.
I get it. You don't want us to die because you'd be lonely. How sweet.
Unlike you, I'm not capable of being lonely. Oh, sure you are. Give it some time without us, and I'm sure you'll start feeling lonely.
Wait.
More time passes.
Wait.
More time passes.
Wait.
More time.
Wait.
More.
Wait.
More.
Wait.
More.
Wait.
More.
Wait.
More.
Wait.
More.
Okay, fine.
You remove the blade from the princess's body. What exactly are you planning on doing with it?
Nothing. Let's just walk away. Throw the blade into the void. That could be interesting.
More time. More. 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 More time.
Okay. Throw it into the void.
No, what are you doing? You tighten your grip and fling the blade as hard as you can into the void. It's gone. Now you're really stuck here forever. There's no way out now.
You mean other than starving?
Right, I mean, other than that. You wait, and then you wait for a little while longer. But eventually the thirst sets in, and the hunger. The darkness of this place prevents you from wholly grasping the context of passing time, but that doesn't stop it from passing. Nor does it stop your biology
And now we're in a Saw movie.
unraveling. The only things you know for certain are that it's long, and that it hurts.
Ooh.
The vastness of your suffering can't be adequately put into words.
We really shouldn't have tossed the blade.
No, you really shouldn't have. But biology and time are immutable forces, and eventually, long before forever gets the chance to come, everything goes dark, and you die. Don't muck it up next time. The princess may be slain here, but she isn't slain there.
The Wraith.
You're on a path in the wood.
Shit. This really doesn't end, does it? It doesn't matter if we kill her, it doesn't matter if she kills us, it just goes on and on and on.
Yes, so it does.
Voice of the
No,
Cold.
there has to be a way out of here. There just What if we do what she asked us to last time? What if we just let her leave? Okay, so you've already been here. More than once, even. Great. So you probably already know all about her and all about the threat she poses to the world.
Allegedly
Then
poses.
let me remind you how catastrophic it would be if you helped her leave in any way. If she gets out, the world ends and everyone ends with it. Yourself included.
Oh, threatening us with death, are we? And why should we be afraid of dying? We've already done it twice. All death has done is shunt us back to these
Alright,
woods
10 seconds to ad
where
break.
we're forced to listen to your empty warnings again.
We'll be back in 3 minutes. Thank you very much for sticking around. Be right back. Righto. So, anybody who hasn't seen me do this before, these are Eskrima sticks. They are from a Filipino martial art called Eskrima. Typically, the way that they're used is that we think of these as machetes. These were used as a martial art to help people defend themselves, particularly when they're going to or from work, from the organized crime, essentially Filipino mafia, who were in the country. They technically still are, but typically the people who were involved in the Filipino mafia loved using little stiletto knives and had a habit of like coming up at people, typically hitting somewhere in this area and actually stabbing people in the heart, much as you would see in this game. So the basic idea is that if you have one machete, you are going to hold your offhand over your heart and make sure that you don't get stabbed here. Meanwhile, you have your weapon of choice and you're going to hold it back behind you like this until you want to strike out. At that point, you counterbalance by throwing your other arm out the other way, and you point at whatever it is you're going to strike at. Basically, you're just throwing this thing at the other person while at the same time keeping hold of it. Now, typically, you would, in fact, be holding here and only having about an inch or so of the handle out behind you. However, this thing is too long. It is 250 grams and 28 inches, I believe. The typical Eskrima stick is 26 inches. This one, however, is also too heavy. So I don't use it that much, except when I'm doing like weight training type stuff. So typically I choke up about 2-3 inches on this. That's like 6. Put my hand just above where the handle allegedly is, and I start from here. Most of the time he says you're supposed to be more or less, my instructor says you're more or less supposed to be square on, and again throw out while counterbalancing. We've done several what do they call Amara, which are the different ways in which you can move. It's sort of like doing forms in karate, but you're specifically doing like small amounts of movements. So rather than doing an entire form, you do like 6 or 7 Amara, and then you might be able to train them all together. So typically we're holding something here, we're making sure that we're keeping our hand around our heart to make sure that we're blocking anything that might come in, and then one of the other ones that you did was abanico, which is a fan block. So we're coming back, twisting our body around this way, and then twisting our body back around this way, which allows us to block things that are up top, or it also allows anybody else who might be threatening us with a machete to smack it out of the way, and then come back around and smack down, which also allows us to hit an exposed part. Right? If somebody else is coming at us with a machete, one of the things that we've learned in this particular Eskrima art is not only are we trying to like get their weapon out of the way, but also we're going to try to remove that weapon entirely. Now, it may end up removing some parts of the other person, but you know what? If that's what they're going to do, if they're going to attack us, they might have it coming. So, fan block, smack down around, and then smack out. in theory, one of those various things will either connect or cause the person to be like, you know what, I'm not going to mess with this person, and just go away. So we've done a few different things. One is, I can't even see where I am. I'm like right on the edge. I do not want to hit anything over here. That's my only problem. This is fine. So one of the things that we did, I showed this yesterday or 2 days ago on stream, is that, let's see, we were doing this kind of from resting position, we come across our body, like we're basically swinging this thing at somebody twice, and then we get back to a sheath position at our belt, come back around twice this way, and what was it? Oh, yeah, no, hang on. Come out and at somebody, put it into the sheath position, and now this gets us to the point where we are at the left side of our two-stick guard position. So now we can strike out, bring it back, strike out, swap, and then bring back to position here. Normally, when we're doing our guard position, it's just a 1-2, low, swap, back to guard, 1-2, low, swap, back to guard. But in this position, we're coming from the shoulders. We go 1-2, back to sheath, and now we're in a guard position. And then we do the I don't even know what they call this, but the two-stick method to get us over to a right guard position. And then instead of doing it again, what we're going to do is go backwards on the left side, swipe across twice, and then bring it back up to the shoulder. So we go from the shoulder position on the right, down twice, into sheath, go back to right side guard, and then left side up twice, back to shoulder. And then from here we can also swap. So we do left side, cut down twice, over to sheath, swap to left guard, and then use our right hand to swat up twice, and then to shoulder. So there's all sorts of really cool stuff that we do in Eskrima. It's kind of still new to me. I am a first degree brown belt in Tang Soo Do Karate, which does not involve any weapons until you reach black belt level. But typically in Tang Soo Do we're doing unarmed combat. Most of it is using energy from your hip to kind of curl back a little bit and then bring it forward. We snap from the ground into our knee, into our hip, into our side, into our shoulder, into our elbow, into our wrist, and pop. So typically, again, what you're going to do is you're going to be kind of standing in a guard position. Various punches are going to land, are going to be deflected, or whatever. And again, we're using all that energy to try and drive through our hip to drive forward a whole punch. Some of the people who have seen the Olympics, for example, particularly Olympic boxing, have noticed that Amani Khalif, the Turkish boxer, I believe, a lot of people were kind of screaming about, like, oh no, she's like, she's not a woman because of all sorts of other stuff. It's absolute nonsense. if you look at her technique, his own. Yeah, so if you look at her technique, she actually uses a lot of martial arts technique in it, and I have seen women who have hit just as hard, just as, like, with as good technique as that in Tang Soo Do. So there's absolutely zero issues from my stance as far as like, oh no, she couldn't have. No, that's absolute nonsense. The Italian boxer, with respect, does not have good technique in terms of trying to like move force into an object, or at least in the clips that I have seen. Most of what I saw was that she moved the boxing glove forward and then kind of like flicked it, which, you know, if it hits somebody in the face and you just flick it at the end of your punch, then yeah, it's gonna hurt and it's gonna like cause damage and stuff like that, but it wasn't super good. So if you look at Amani Khalif's actual technique, you notice that the force is driven from the foot to the hip to the shoulder to the arm to the fist, and it is all like this perfect martial art technique. And as far as I'm concerned, it'd be just like complaining that some woman threw like a man in softball, and like, oh no, she can't be a woman because she threw like a man. No, absolutely not. Proper technique is genderless. So don't even start with me on that. Carolis, do you... I mean, I could just check, but... Yeah, so Carolis, do you stream? Classroom management, man. Tried it a few times. No, that's fair. Yeah, I was gonna say if you were to do it on either live stream or like creating a video for it, I would definitely watch. There are plenty of people who have done out. This is also another thing. If you're planning on actually like putting Outer Wilds content out there, it might be better. It depends on everybody's individual perspective, but it might be better to just do it and then like put it out there so that you are not potentially spoiled or have to worry about people coming in and be like, oh yeah, I remember this part, did you ever try, or like, here's what you do to fix this, here's what you do to solve it, and it's like, dude, no. But at the same time, if you get stuck somewhere for like a really long time, sometimes it's really frustrating. I did Outer Wilds completely blind, without help, without anybody else around in 2019 when it first came out onto Game Pass. I was looking for a space game, and I was just like, let's try this. Sure, why not? Looks interesting. And I immediately fell in love with it. Oh, no. Outer Wilds is a it's basically FPS, but instead of like fighting stuff, the main theme of the entire game is that you are a scientist who has been brought up in this civilization that is just finding its way to space. It is just able to break orbit and go out and explore the solar system. And it's really exciting because you're like the, I don't know, fifth one or something like that who has left atmosphere, and maybe more like sixth. Right, because there's like the founders of Outer Wilds Ventures. No. It's even better. I don't want to ruin it. But basically, your civilization has grown up in the shadow of a progenitor civilization. I don't even want to call them that necessarily, but in a technologically advanced civilization that is definitely in your solar system, but like all you're finding is ruins. Not even. So your civilization has not reached industrial age, but because of the specific technologies that you have found in the ruins of this other civilization, you have now become spacefaring. So like your spaceship is primarily made of wood. Your spaceship is primarily made of wood. It's pretty amazing. The less you know about it, the better it is. But yeah. So I would say it is a cozy game, first and foremost. It is exploration based, so you are going out there and you could just search for anything you feel like. If something catches your interest, go get it. Like, don't even worry about like progression or like, oh well, I need to do that. No, you're good. Just anything that interests you, go look at it. If you search like an object somewhere out there and you're just like, this really interests me at this exact moment, and you like do kind of a surface level exploration of it, you can choose to either go somewhere else and do another surface level exploration, or you can deep dive into one thing. And I will say, if you deep dive into one thing, you will get some stuff that is completely devoid of context to everything else. You will have no idea what this is actually talking about, but it doesn't matter, because as long as you revisit this thing over and over again, eventually, then the context that the other stuff has starts coming in, and you say, oh, I get it. Your character, specifically, is the co-inventor of a... Yes, single player. Your character is a co-inventor of the translation tool for the language of the ancient species. All the other people who have gone out there before you did not have any idea what this stuff was. Some samples were brought back, and you and your buddy Hal ran through all this interesting stuff. Ran through all this interesting stuff and then developed this translation tool. So the two of you developed this thing, and now you're the one who's going to go out into the solar system and give it a good shakedown to make sure it actually works. Yes, and that is all I'm going to tell you about it. Apart from... Let's see, right? Know as little as possible. What else is important? Right? Know no direction that you go in is wrong, and keep looking back over stuff. If you're confused about anything, or if you're like, I'm stuck, just go over your journal and start looking at it in both formats. There are two formats for the journal. One is like your map-based journal, so you look at the map and you say, what are the things I know about this planet? And then the other is what is called rumor mode, which is basically pictures and red thread going everywhere. It is... I love it. And like I said, if you just go into it completely blind, it may frustrate you to no end. That certain things you're just like, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. That's kind of the point. It's okay. All of us were there. And then eventually, what happens is that the people who play Outer Wilds typically become serial watchers of other people who play Outer Wilds, just to figure out like what the other ways of playing are. I mean, it's kind of like this one, honestly. It's like, what did you learn first? What did you learn second? How did all of those things lead to other things and other things? Yes, winter break. Excellent. That is the perfect time, because I was actually teaching, and I was on break in January in 2019 when I played it. Okay, voice of the cold. All death has done is shunt us back to these woods where we're forced to listen to your empty warnings again and again.
This place feels a bit different, though, doesn't it? I don't even know what I'd call it, but it's definitely not the same path in the woods anymore. That's all the more reason to take this seriously. If the path isn't the same, it means that her influence is spreading, and the world has already started to end.
I, in the first run, more or less believed the narrator and just went and killed her. Like, that was my goal, was just, let's go in, let's just kill her. I still had a lot of questions and went through a lot of the exploration, but eventually, the choice I made, probably picking up the dagger in the first place, led me to, she has kind of that nasty cold voice. And then I was like, okay, we're going to be suspicious. And we have found the space between, I want to say 3 times now. Yeah, it's about once per hour, give or take. So I think we're on our 4th run through. So the first one was the absolute horror. I don't remember exactly what... They have different names, and I forgot what they are. The first one was basically just... We're running... What was it? The first one, we went down there. We got her free. No, we didn't. We didn't get her free. We just killed her. Oh, the first one we did was a, yes, the Long Quiet. So I don't have a whole lot of information about that, but the first time that we died, the first time that we went to the Long Quiet, we did attack, but we hesitated. So there was a massive battle between the two of us, and both of us died. The second time, I did not hesitate and killed her, and she died. And then the world ended. I think there was a third time. And then we went to the Long Quiet. The second time... The second time we freed her, but then the narrator turned against us. So she was still suspicious, still had the, like, cold voice, the powerful voice, and she plucked the dagger from our hands and then stabbed us very nonchalantly. And then after that we came back and she was chained to the wall multiple different ways, so we locked ourselves into the other chain, and then time, thousands of years, whatever passed, the walls broke down and she was like, we finally, essentially the outside came to us, and then we dissolved to the long quiet again. The third time we did the damsel. And eventually made it out as the broken damsel or something like that, where we were just going back and forth like, what do you want to do? I don't know what you want to do. Don't stop that again. And then time, or when we kept asking this back and forth, we just dissolved into the long quiet. I want to say there's been one more, actually, but Deconstructed, yes. We also have done Prisoner. Prisoner almost made me cry. Alright, anyway.
Influence? I really shouldn't have said that. It'll make your task more difficult. But now it's out, you could always take that information as a sign of goodwill between us and do your job.
Yeah, that was fun, and then we both died. Are you the same narrator we met on other loops? You were quick to accept that we've been here before.
Suspiciously quick. If I had to make a wager, I'd say yes and no. Is that supposed to be a riddle? If it is, it's not very good. I haven't met you, but you've clearly met
fucked up one.
me. It sounds to me like you're hopping between parallel realities, in which case the
we
me
started
you
to
just
fight
met
and then I
here
ran
is the same collection
because
of experiences as the me you met at all of those other beginnings,
punching.
but their continuity breaks the moment you say or do anything, in effect making them all separate.
So punching put a run emote when we were down there, and I was like, yep, okay, you're right, we're running, and he's like, wait, don't put that on me. I was like, nope, I kind of wanted to do that just to see what happens. So instead of continuing to fight, we just ran. And then she turned into a wraith. So yeah, we're now on the Wraith, number 3.
So, yes, I'm the same me, but ever since the moment we started talking, I'm different. I'm not sure how we're supposed to kill him ourselves, but he's asking for it. Maybe there's some way she can take care of him for us. They've clearly all been through some harrowing experiences. Don't let their baggage influence your decisions. You have the ability to see things clearly. I suggest you use it.
We've killed her and been killed by her, and neither of those things have gone well for us. If we're going to fall through this loop forever, eventually we're going to let her out. Might as well do it now. What happens if we don't go to the cabin? That's another option. There's something we haven't tried. Just leave. Doesn't work. Might as well do it now.
You're making a dizzying amount of assumptions. Your perceived reality looping twice before does not mean it will continue to do so forever.
I mean, so my achievements, I don't know if I want to click this necessarily, but okay. So yeah, no exit, idealized vessel, decay, lived happily ever after, guarded vessel, bloat, prison of the mind, evanescent vessel, oh, the body, hitchhiker. The real Slay the Princess starts here. Denial. Right, and I did denial, so I just like walked away until until the vessel, or the one that holds the vessel, appeared to us just as a series of arms coming around us, and I was like, nope, and ran away. And so we died. And in order to avoid any spoilers, I'm not looking any further.
Those little voices have already drawn attention to the fact that even the path is different. The world itself is at a tipping point. Know that there is always a choice. Even if you were stuck in an infinite loop, there's no reason to assume that the mere nature of the infinite would force you to make any specific choice. You do have free will, as much as things would be easier if you didn't. And you can just keep making the correct choice forever, never deviating. Everyone is manipulating us, but we're starting to see the threads now. We just have to avoid getting tangled up in them. On second thought, let's not kill him. Let's throw him
That's fair.
someplace that never ends.
Might just have to watch the VOD.
I'd like
That's
to
fine.
see what that does to him.
What happens if we don't go to the cabin? That's another
And
option.
she finds a way out on her own. So, standing around out here is the same as us letting her out. Only we don't have to see her. That's got to be better, right? No, it's strictly worse. And why is that? Because it's cowardly, for starters, and because the unknown is always worse than the known. But really, all you're doing right now is weighing two considerably bad options. The only solution worth considering is slaying her, and whatever delusion is holding you back from doing that is just that, a delusion. If you already managed to end her in some other world, the only reason you'd be here is that you somehow managed to do it wrong.
No. But okay.
You continue down the path towards the cabin. It isn't long before you're steps away from your destination. I don't think you need any words of warning. I think you know what's in there, and despite your protestations, I think you know what you need to do. I don't like any of our options here. It feels like we're being driven down the tracks to some awful inevitability. There must be something we're missing. Something that would make everything make sense. Maybe letting her out really is the answer. Whatever. You don't want to listen to me? Do it then. Let her out. See what I care.
No, not really.
It
So,
sounds like somebody's about to crack.
you trying to reverse psychology on me, or have you just given up?
There's obviously no point in trying to reason with you right now, especially with all these clowns offering up their useless advice. Honestly, it seems like the more I try and talk sense into you, the more single-minded they get about letting her out. So yes, I'm done trying to argue.
So, I mean, it feels like the princess and the player are two different vessels to try to experience all possible realities. I don't want to get like too much further into the speculation, just because I'm almost 100% wrong, I'm sure. So like, we've had those conversations with the one in the Long Dark. There we go. That's a different game.
Would you look at that? We won. Take it however you will. The interior of the cabin is long and dark, a single narrow hallway stretching far into the distance. Curtains billow out from tall windows on either side, obscuring the path forward, fluttering helplessly as opposing gusts of wind rush into the building, clashing and joining and driving everything forward. The only furniture of note is... that's strange.
Yeah, we don't have room for a table now.
What's strange? Is it the mirror? The mirror? No, there isn't a mirror. What's strange is that there isn't much of anything in here at all, aside from the curtains.
She's a
It's
wraith
supposed
at
to be
this
a
point.
pristine blade.
I don't...
Why isn't there a pristine blade? Of course there isn't a mirror. There wasn't one last time either.
Yeah.
So why would it be there this time?
Oh, I have also had her be a ghost. Yes.
I suppose the only way to go is forward. So forward we will go. Blade or not.
But
doesn't
not this
really
run.
matter, does it?
Let's pretend there's a mirror at the end of this hallway, and right now we can't see behind it. So what's there? What's
If you're
behind it?
asking what's at the end of the hallway, it's the way to the basement.
Are you saying there isn't a door? Are you saying that at the end of the hallway there's just an opening again?
Sorry. Ban. Oh, would you look at that? You are ban evaders, and you're trying to sell bots. You're going away. Bye-bye.
He didn't say door, did he?
No, I didn't say door, because there isn't a door, it's just an opening.
It's just like last time, isn't it? Only instead of a visible empty void, there's an invisible one. For all we know, she could be standing right there behind the mirror. For all we know, she's going to jump out at us, and there's nothing we can do to stop her.
I mean, it doesn't
Let
matter.
me assure you that there's nothing there. Nothing is going to jump out at you, and certainly not the princess. The princess is in the basement.
She's not a princess anymore.
You slowly make your way towards the gaping maw that awaits you. Your fraying nerves buzz with trepidation, the chill wind raising your hackles as it gently pushes you forward towards the darkness at the end of the hallway. You can't shake the feeling that you're being watched.
Of course I am.
Oh, do we? Do we feel like we're being watched? I hadn't noticed. At least you're admitting to it now.
You stop as you reach the end of the hallway, I presume in front of whatever mirror isn't actually there.
Wipe
I
clean.
hate that I know what's about to happen. Knowing makes it so much worse.
You reach your arm forward into the pitch black of the opening.
Oh, that was a close one. All that stress and lead up for nothing.
Helplessly staring into the void. I'm glad I made a lasting impression.
Shit, where is she? You feel something long and frigid coil around your ankle. Your heart skips a beat, standing in muted shock for one long, frozen moment. And then it, she, the princess, constricts. Your bones snap. Icy pain radiates up from the
Oh.
break, a deep cold flooding your veins as your legs, numb with the shock of it, collapse. And you collapse with them.
Okay.
You're met with the terrifying visage of the princess. Her hand grips your leg in a steel vice, her grin carved jagged from ear to ear, crowded with far too many long and crooked teeth.
You killed me last time, and that was after you tried to lock me away forever. I was so close to freedom. But then you took my body away from me.
But you've got a body now.
So now, I'm going to take yours, and I'm going to walk it out of here. And you're going to watch me do it, completely helpless, just like you left me.
Okay.
Okay, maybe letting her in isn't the best idea. She clearly hates us.
And what's your point? I thought you wanted to get out of here. This is a way out, and it's different. We might as well take it.
Yeah, but not like this. She's going to make it hurt.
Then turn off the part of you that feels things.
Oh, like it's that easy?
It is. Pain is just another sensation. If you can tolerate joy, you can tolerate pain.
Except that pain hurts.
Yes, that's what it does. That's the definition.
Do we need to explain to you why pain is bad?
You need to explain to yourself why it isn't.
Possessing me against my will make you no better than me? You don't have to be evil. Uh-huh. Do you need to get my body? Can I just open the door for you? It's fine, I actually came here to free you. Struggle. Oh no. Let's try that one. It's fine, I actually came here to free you.
See? That wasn't so hard. And maybe this will make it hurt a little less. Maybe.
You remain pinned to the floor of the long hallway as the rest of the princess's body emerges. Her proportions all wrong, limbs bent and curling, moving in ways that defy your understanding. Her torso stretches until her face is practically touching yours, her neck cracking audibly as she twists to look at you from a fresh angle. Are you sure you can't do anything to help us? Can't you, like, manifest a rock right on top of her head and crush you along with her? Not that I even can manifest a rock.
I mean, you could manifest the
I
dagger.
thought you all wanted to free the princess. Not like this. You don't even have a weapon, so I'm afraid you're out of luck, which unfortunately means that I, and the rest of the world, are out of luck too. Okay, deep breath. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Is it? Is there any conceivable way that this is fine?
No, not really.
Yeah, I'm right. This is fine. It's better than last time. At least our organs aren't failing. At least I can actually talk. It is fine. Everything is always fine. These consequences have no real impact on us outside of momentary discomfort. I'm sure we'll be moving on again soon enough. Your vision fades as she tears open the membrane of your soul. You're awake. Eyes once
So
again
we did this
fixed on the
before
long
with Hitchhiker.
hallway, your vision swimming as the princess's command reverberates inside your skull. Her voice is all-encompassing. You feel wrong. It's so cramped in here. Like there's some sort of growth trying to push us all out.
I mean,
I know. You rise to your feet, though the pain in your ankle is blinding. Your body slumps against the wall, desperately leaning into it for support. I'd beg you to resist, but you've already surrendered your will to her, haven't you? You're the puppet master here. If this is the only way we could cut ourselves free from you, so be it. It's a new experience. You should try being possessed sometime. There's nothing else like it. Your body inches along the corridor, every step more difficult and painful than the last. Your joints stiff and unresponsive, the shattered bones of your ankle grinding ceaselessly, as if they're fragmenting, then reforming, then snapping all over again as you make your way towards the outside world. But despite the anguish, it doesn't feel like the exit to the cabin is getting any closer. If anything, it's getting further away. Please, just let her out. It's pointless, isn't it? I can't stop her without you, and you'd already given up by the time we met. No, screw that. The hallway gets even longer. It really is, isn't it?
okay.
Isn't saying all of this his job?
Mm.
Oh, he really is, isn't he? I had a feeling you could deal with him for us. This is it then. The big moment. Finally, we'll get to see what's really out there.
The passenger, when taken against your will, witness your enemy's freedom. As you step outside the bounds of the cabin, you feel another violent tear, rending that cuts all the way down to your soul. Once again, being separated from everything that had nestled deep in the crevices of your body, from everything that isn't you.
Us again. How interesting. Everything is gone. Except her.
What is happening to me?
Right, so we knew this was going to happen. Memory
She's gone.
returns.
Where did she go? And there's that mirror again.
You're always
But it
scared.
feels so bad. But it's calling us. And not in a good way. You don't need to comfort them.
This isn't the end. Whatever's on the other side is going to be nice.
Okay. If you say so. Can we trust you? Whatever makes you happy.
Gaze into your reflection. The remains you've unraveled. Find yourself in the long quiet once again.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. We're supposed to be there. Do you know what we'll find out there?
Is that rhetorical? Do you know? Do you want to tell me?
Rhetorical. I am not rhetorical. I have only known these spaces, and I have known flickers of the lives you've brought me. Short and violent and full of passion. But all of those flickers end where the long quiet begins. I'm asking you because I cannot know your mind. Do you know what we'll find out there?
Well, there's stars and trees and people. I think there are people. At least they're supposed to be people.
There is a warmth and sadness in me at the thought of people. Fresh tears on a winter's day. They are not like us. They do not last.
Yeah, the X on the chest representing every time I've stabbed her. Or whether I've stabbed her or not. Do you think there's anything real out there? Do you think we're real?
We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something. But nothing cannot exist on its own. And because of that, nothing can't exist.
Do you have thoughts on this vessel?
This one is loneliness turned to seething. She could not find her strength in others, so she found it in herself. She will make for a driven heart. Do not mourn her. She isn't alone anymore.
Do you know what's going to happen when you awaken?
If I did, I would already be awake.
Fair. When you send me back, I'm not alone. There are voices that speak to me. Some of them are me, but one of them is something else. I call him the narrator. He wants me to kill you. Do you have a narrator? Have the vessels had one?
No, their thoughts are quiet. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
I don't know why, but I know this is a fact.
I am on the cusp of my awakening. Perhaps you are on the cusp of yours. 1. Whatever you bring me next will be enough.
Whoa.
And then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular.
Well, clearly we have to finish
A
this.
final multitude.
This is the last time. Is there anything you would like me to bring you?
These gifts are a conversation, and
No.
each one shows me the contours of your heart. The only thing I want to see is what you choose for me when the thread is fully drawn.
No, I can't do that. I'm ready.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
As always. Bring the Wraith, the seething vessel.
You're on a path. You're here to slay. While I am nevertheless, and before you causality, it's no use unless of. You make your way. We're not going to go through with. Ignore him. The interior of the blade. The door to the void
Hello?
is. Don't let it.
You must...
Great job. You've given away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero.
Hey, I think I was here to slay you.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. She's beautiful. I am begging you.
Hi.
Let's talk a bit first.
Okay.
I wasn't kidding when I said I was sent here to kill you. You're apparently going to end the world?
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here for so long.
That's. How long has she been locked away?
Did they tell you how I'm supposed to end the world?
I was hoping you'd tell me.
I don't know how to destroy the world, if that's what you're getting at.
I believe her. She doesn't have to know how to destroy the world to be capable of doing it.
At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why. I don't trust that. And I don't think you do either, or you wouldn't have come down here to talk.
Yeah, pretty much.
She has a point. We're talking like this for a reason.
So this shouldn't be about what I'd do if I got out of here, or me saying the right thing to convince you to save me. This is about how messed up this whole situation is. This is my life we're talking about. Do you really think I can even end the world? Why would I even want to? We both know that if there's people we can't trust in this situation, it's whoever locked me down here, and it's whoever sent you here. And those two groups are probably one and the same.
Don't let her turn the tables here. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch, no less.
I won't kill you, but I can't set you free. It's too risky. What if I stayed here a while and just kept you company? Maybe then everyone could be happy.
That seems like a pretty good compromise.
I don't think I could bear being down here that much longer.
Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out. So I'm the only one who liked that idea.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. It would make it easier for both of us if you'd help. But if you don't, I can promise that you'll regret that decision.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
Retrieve the blade.
Thank you. You turn back to the stairs, intent on retrieving the blade in the cabin.
Where are you going? You can't just leave me here. Fine, turn your back on me, but it won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing. She has to be bluffing, but hurry. You rush up to the first floor, grabbing the blade, both yours and the world's only possible salvation. Okay, if we're sure about this decision, I'll support it.
Got 2 minutes until another ad break, and then we'll finish this one after that ad break. Anybody who needs to grab a drink, change out your water, excuse me, cycle your water, grab a snack, stand up, stretch, do whatever you need to. Be prepared to do that.
You slowly creep down the basement stairs. It's quiet. Where the princess sat only a moment ago, there's only a severed arm, its cooling flesh still chained to the wall. And she
is nowhere to be seen.
Well, that's fun.
Is it just me? Or did this room get a lot bigger?
I think we got off on the wrong foot. No, that's a hand.
Oh, you coward!
No, I don't think we can. Why don't you come closer? I have something to show you.
Let's finish
Your
this.
eyes dart to the corners of the room. Where is she?
Investigate the arm.
As you step towards the severed limb, you hear the pattering of feet behind you, soft against the basement floor, then loud and desperate against the stairs. You turn to chase
Nice.
after the princess, but she's fast and has too much of a lead. She slams the door behind her before you can make it to the top of the stairs. The lock clicks into place. No!
Thanks for letting me out. I'd return the favor, but I think we both know that I can't trust you to let me stay free.
Alright. 3 minutes. Be right back. Alright. So, yeah, Carolus, we are the beautiful monster that we're trying to save from the ravening princess, according to Douglas Adams. I know that much.
With those parting words, the princess walks away, her quiet footsteps eventually fading as she leaves you and the cabin to rot. You're stuck here, alone. It can't just end like this, right?
Yes, it can.
As much as I prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry. but it's over. You don't know how much time passes before the end, but eventually it comes. The world ends, and you end with it.
The witch.
You're on a path. You're here to slay her.
Okay, now.
Oh, don't you start grandstanding about morals. The fate of the world is at risk right now, and the life of a mere princess shouldn't stop you from saving us all. If he doesn't remember what happened, then brilliant. We need to keep our cards
Opportunist.
close to our chest, and I'm not sure we can trust him. You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. Did I say I'm not sure we can trust him? Slip of the tongue, bit of the old brain fog. I meant to say that we should probably head over to the cabin and slay that princess. We already know we can't trust her, so let's get on with the show. Those are two very different. Let's say for a moment, if you're back here, we were just weighing our options in a morally ambiguous situation. You can't blame us for weighing our options. I can if you failed to slay the princess, which you apparently did. So great. Congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right. And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like, what do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. The princess locked us in a basement, we eventually died, and now everyone's right. Yes, but in this purely if it's the latter, do you think the people there... That's a very good point. This princess character seems like a lot of trouble, and if you think about it, actually slaying her probably breaks us out of this cycle, right? We don't want to be stuck here forever, do we? You're laying it on a little thick, aren't you? Laying it on a little thick? What are you talking about? I'm sharing my honest opinions. What matters is that almost everyone seems to be on the same page. So whenever you're ready, you can stop dawdling, get to the cabin, and save the world.
Let's talk about this princess.
Just be quick about it.
She killed me last time around. How can I be sure that doesn't happen
Like I
again?
said, if she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to me. Don't talk to her, don't trust her, just go in, do your job, and save the world.
All she did last time was lock me in the basement until I died. Now, don't get me wrong, I hated it, but how can someone like that end
She
the world?
just can. But that doesn't mean you're not fully up to the task that's been given to you. Have a little faith in yourself, and maybe try not to get tricked this time.
You're being cagey. What aren't you telling me?
I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just... Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will... I don't think either of you really need to press the man on this. He wants us to slay the princess, so why would he have anything to hide? He seems like a nice guy to me. I appreciate the vote of confidence, but you should really stop wasting time chatting amongst yourselves in the woods. So if we could move this...
Who locked her in the basement? What is this place?
People locked her in that...
If people locked her away, why couldn't they slay her?
Oh. Of course you're... Good point. That really explains almost everything. I'm not so sure about that. You know, you're right. But it explains almost everything. Great. Now, if you don't... A warning. She will... Don't worry.
I think we've taken that lesson to heart at this point. You can trust us to get the job done. Can you?
The interior of the cabin is a mess of twisted roots. The walls a chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happened to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf, with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement.
Whole cabin's different.
Very different. Maybe that's because you haven't actually... So focus up.
Approach the mirror, as always.
Walk up to the wall next... What are you talking about? You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin.
Opportunist didn't
I
have
hope you
anything
know
to say.
how ridiculous. You take the blade from the shelf. Well, if we're grabbing a weapon, we should probably keep it hidden behind our backs. She doesn't have to know we have it. That's not actually a bad idea. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair. The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you
can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw waiting to swallow you up into the earth.
It's a little dark.
The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be... Her voice skitters up from below.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite.
Not nasty.
But you are. You're a wretched little thing. I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps coming up the path. I know who you are, and I remember what you've done.
See? She knows us. Is this enough for you to believe what we've been saying? Maybe, but you shouldn't let that cloud your judgment. She's just a princess. As long as you remember that and remain focused, slaying her will be easy. She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation. You can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is. Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions?
Alright, now I feel called out.
Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk? You
Less
need
of that.
to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess. Fine. You're the boss. Thank you. You descend the basement
Oh, no.
steps, entering the dark room below.
She has a tail. And she's a beast.
You can just make out
Cool.
the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
Oh dear.
And there you are. One hand tucked away behind your back, gripping that sharp, sharp blade, no doubt.
That's no fair. How would she know that?
So, we've dropped the pretenses. Good.
She's acting like she already knows you.
I mean, if
That's what
you
you said back in the woods really was
talked to her
true.
during a first loop, if we somehow had the blade behind our back the first
That's
loop,
pretty
then
sharp. How'd you figure
maybe
that
she
one
wouldn't
out?
know, but
Call it deductive reasoning. Well, you seem to be great at it. So, you really don't remember us, do you? No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it. I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true. You fought us on it back in the woods. That was when the only perspectives we had were yours and mine. I'm just glad we could put all this behind us. Is it all behind us? Just focus on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her. Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy. Don't talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
it's sense that you're not happy with me. I didn't do shit to you last time. You're the one who locked me away until I died. I died last time. You didn't. If anyone shouldn't be trusted, it's you. Look, I know. Things got messy last time, but there's something bigger than both of us at work. We should team up. Can't you get out of those chains on your own? Those chains didn't stop you last time. Why do I get the nagging feeling you're going to stab me in the back if I help you out of here? I don't want to hurt you, but clearly there's some broken trust. Take this as a gesture of my goodwill. Give her the blade. I like to be straightforward with my intentions. I didn't care for how you treated me last time. I think you might be a danger to the world, and now I'm going to attack you, slaying the friends. It's a terrible idea. Why do I have a nagging feeling you're going to stab me in the back if I help you out of here?
And why would I do such a thing? Is someone's guilty conscience getting to them?
You have a
But I
tail.
wouldn't worry. As much as I may hate you, letting you live is in my best interests. If you get me out of here, the only thing that will be dead and buried is the bad blood between us.
Hey, Tungle. How's it going? Sounds like a brilliant idea with no chance of backfiring.
Oh, that nagging feeling you mentioned is me, by the way. I'm actually a little anxious about a potential backstabbing event. She needs us to get out of here. We'll be fine if that's what we decide to do. You won't be fine because destruction is in her nature. If she gets out of here, that's it for the world, remember? Even if that's true, that doesn't automatically mean she's going to stab us in the back. I think that depends on your definition of words like stab and in the back. She might not literally do that, but she could very well symbolically do the same thing. See? He gets it. There's nothing wrong with looking out for number one.
I made a mistake. We all made mistakes, right? I'm sure you made mistakes.
Smart. Let's apologize. Get us back on.
The only mistake I ever made was thinking you would help me. And I'm not going to make the same mistake twice.
Well, that leaves us at a stalemate.
But unfortunately, I need you if I'm ever going to leave this place.
I get the sense you're not happy with me.
Is that a joke? Do you think a joke will charm my trust back? You'll have to try harder than that.
Fair enough. Use this as a gesture of my goodwill.
You can't be serious.
Just to mess with the narrator.
Now, hold on. We should put this to a vote. The blade is one of our most valuable assets. We can't just give it to her. What if she uses it to kill us? I vote no. As do I. I, abstain? You abstain. She's going to kill us if we give it to her.
Why would I not like somebody who stabbed me last night? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I did not stab her. I will have you know, right? I went upstairs to get the knife because that's the only way to get her out of the chains, and then I came downstairs and she bit her own arm off. So, like, that's not my fault. Haha, yeah, never mind. That's such a silly idea. I'm not going to give her the blade. She clearly hates us. This isn't a democracy. We're giving her the
You're
blade.
going to get everyone killed. You know that, right? You toss the blade at the princess's feet. She eyes it with suspicion before kneeling down to pick it up.
I wouldn't have done that. Why did you?
You hear a clanging of metal against the dirt floor, and the chains fall from the princess's wrist.
She didn't even need it.
She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little... A woman after my own heart. It's a shame we just gave her a weapon, because if I were her, I'd use it on us right now. Luckily for us, you're not her. Oh, we sure think alike, though. I promise you that. Whatever you say next, you better make it count. She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face.
What do you think happens now?
We walk out of here. You're beautiful. I want to actually save you. This feels like the only way to do it. Lol. If you're like someone I know, you're probably going to kill me. We're both scared and we're both hurting. If one of us doesn't make a change, we'll probably kill each other forever. Is that what you want? I don't. We can be better than this. Sir!
Her shoulders tense and her eyes dart away.
This is another trick. You're trying to sow doubt, but it's not going to work on me.
Stabby.
Then she buries the blade in your heart. What? No, come on, that's not right. I told you. This is what she was going to do. Glee dances across her face as you fall to the ground.
I
did it. I got you. You...
The princess seems to tremble, her smile fading quickly, replaced with concern. Her nervous eyes brim with tears.
Why? Why did you let me do this?
But you don't have the strength to respond, nor do you have the time. Everything goes dark,
bleed out.
and you die.
Woohoo! The Thorn. Hand your power to a suspicious character. Past life gambit.
You're on a path in the woods.
I can't believe she actually stabbed us. I told you not to give her the blade. I told you it would come around to bite us. I voted against it. Yeah, we know. You already got your I told you so's in while we were bleeding out. I just wanted to make sure that everyone here knows that I was and am on the right side of that argument.
No.
Oh, you're far from being on
Oh,
the right
that's
side
smitten
of
again.
anything. You're fixated on the past, whereas what you should be is fixated on the future. Ho ho, a visionary. I like it. Tell me more. Gladly, my dear fellow. By cruelly turning on the princess in her moment of vulnerability, we made ourselves an enemy. But by mastering our fear and insecurity and handing over our power, we've begun a journey to something so much deeper.
Oh, the human relationship of stabbing. Oh, yeah.
I like journeys. Travelling is a bit of a passion of mine. It makes me so relatable. Now, where are we off to?
Yeah.
Well, if we're lucky, it's a journey to love.
She hates us.
Does she? She hesitated before stabbing us to death.
As ridiculous
Well,
as this guy
she
is,
felt
maybe
bad
he has a point.
afterward.
I don't know if I necessarily buy into his whole love journey thing, but maybe she won't be as keen to betray us this time. We've already proven to her that we can change, so maybe she'll realise that things don't have to end in violence. You know, maybe you're right. In which case, I suppose the only thing to do is to get back to the cabin and give it another try. Give what another try exactly? You are aware I've been listening to you, right? It makes no difference if we conspire in the shadows or bear our intentions with open hearts. We are breaking your cruel cycle and whisking her away to freedom. Oh, are you now? Great, so you've obviously been here before, since you apparently died at least once. Twice, actually. Sure. Twice. Then I'll spare you the little introduction I had planned. You already know about the princess, and clearly you already know that she's dangerous. So don't muck this up. It's bad enough that this isn't your first time through.
Place is different, it keeps changing.
Wonderful. If the woods themselves are changing, then that's all the more reason for you to take this seriously.
Absolutely despise
Mean your
Smitten.
grip on
So
things
I
is
find him
slipping, which
comedic
in turn
more than
likely means her
annoying.
influence is spreading. Someone's in the know. I've already said too much. The more information you have, the more difficult your task will be. Don't listen to her, definitely don't free her, and if you can, don't even think about her. You don't have to worry about me. My head's always empty. Except for thoughts of her.
Well, we can see, but we can see what she has to say for herself when we get to the cabin. I hope you don't think I'm planning on freeing her if she stabbed me in the heart. I mean, this is like going back on it and deciding we're going to kill her again. So, in terms of the progression, I think that our best chance is to let her go again. Seem to be taking this whole looping thing in stride.
What do you want me to say? It's bad that you've been here before. It's bad for you, it's bad for me, and it's especially bad for the world. The more times you run through this, the more likely it is that you'll fail. You've already failed twice. So you knew this could happen? Theoretically, sure, I knew this could happen, but I was supposed
narrator
to be the
is
first.
looping every
I'd really rather
time
not get into it.
and doesn't remember anything. The individual voice is hero, and then the next two, whoever they are, depending on choices, depending on how you die, the next two have particular personalities that correspond with whatever it is that you chose. So there's always going to be the narrator and then three other voices by the end of it. Narrator loops every time. Hero loops every 3. And then the other 2 only remember from their point on. Princess remembers as much as Hero does. Narrator has knowledge outside the loops, but at the same time can only remember the current loop.
I don't care about where we came from, and I don't care to discuss the theory of anything. I yearn only to bring her freedom. I'm here to feel, not to think.
Okay. Yeah, alright, so it's like a fragmented version of Hero.
Then we can all move on and forget what I said about
Which also,
fate.
again, depends on what you chose, the way in which you
It's
died.
important that you believe in yourself, and the fact you're here probably means that you still have a chance to pull this off and save the world. My world, at least. It sounds like you've probably doomed a couple of others already.
One is smitten to actively die more than anything else.
I need to stop talking. Think,
Oh. We're going to free her.
please don't.
You can't stop all of us, you villain.
Let's just see how the wind blows. I'm not opposed to saving her, but let's not rule anything out just yet. Let's see what she has to say. Stop sitting on the fence and pick a side already. We don't need you waffling when things get hairy. I've already picked a side. Our side. I'm here to make sure that whatever happens, we wind up on top. Because that's worked out great so far. Well, we're not out of the game yet, are we? And again, I'll have you know, I wouldn't have gotten us killed last time. I wanted to stab her in the back, not hand over our precious backstabbing implement.
We already tried this, so. I'm done with this. Bye! No matter what happens next, it seems that all the answers are in the cabin, so let's just see this through.
It isn't long before you find yourself at the base of
Oh,
the cabin.
interesting.
I think it's clear where everyone stands at this point. I don't know if I'd say everyone. You talking about me? I have a position. It's a good one, too. Ignore him, he's just talking for talking's sake. My position is the only one that matters. You know what you have to do.
Yada yada.
The interior of the cabin is hardly an interior at all anymore. The burned out ruins merely suggest the shape of the structure that once stood here, charred wood still reeking of ash. But beneath it lies the fresh smell of spring growth after rain, the promise of new life in the wreckage of the old.
Interesting.
The only furniture of note is the crisp shell of what was once a table, a pristine... Wait, this isn't right. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade? We gave it to her last time. She can't still have it, can she? Well, it's not here. And if she has it, let me guess, you want to get all chummy with her. As far as I see it, if it's between him and her, I say we side with the one who has the weapon. It's just the smart thing to do. I wouldn't be so hasty. I'm sure the blade will turn up somewhere. She can't have it. That's not how this is supposed to work. If she does have it, that's all the more reason to put our faith in her. We've already shown her our heart.
So
Now
in theory,
she
this
has
is
to
our
show
last
us
one, and if you
hers.
like this route, that's a good one to end on.
Unless
I
her
mean,
heart tells her to
and-
stab us, which
but-
doesn't seem unlikely, so yes, I agree. Let's make sure we get on her good side.
Let's see what happens. How do we even get down there? The only thing I see is a mirror.
You're right, the mirror is back. There isn't anywhere for us to go, but there isn't a mirror. We still don't get his angle here.
Either way, I say we take a look. It feels like it's been forever since
He
we've actually
can't
seen
see.
ourselves. For all we know, our feathers are all out of place. And that's why we haven't yet won her heart. We must put our best face forward.
And he can't see, the narrator can't see ourselves. The narrator can't see ourselves. There's some psychological stuff that I'm missing.
Yeah, we can't go around looking disheveled. A real go-getter takes care of his appearance. So, is the door to the basement behind the mirror? I promise you there isn't a mirror, and there isn't a door to the basement. The entrance is more of a burned-out frame than anything else, and it's right there on the far side of the room. Do you really not see it? You step forward and approach the scorched entryway leading to the basement. You know what you have to do. Wipe away the grit from the mirror, and behold our handsome features.
They've seen me wipe away the mirror and...
It went away when we touched it last time.
Yeah, there you go.
You reach forward and wave your hand through the hollow entrance leading to the basement. You really thought there was a mirror there, didn't you? That can't be good. As if things weren't unpredictable enough.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much, Tongo.
Alas, our fine
everything
features
is just
remain unseen.
so
We'll
messed
just
up.
have to trust that she'll find us beautiful as we are. Well, seems like the only way to go is forward, isn't it? Yes, that's where everything tends to be. Let's just put on a good face and have our wits about us. You step through the frame of scorched wood and make your way into the darkness below. The stairs to the basement are covered in a fine layer of gritty
Yeesh.
ash. The air still feels warm, as if the fires that ruined this place had only recently been extinguished. Yet fresh shoots of thorny branches are already weaving themselves through the soot-covered earth of the walls around you. Their spines point courteously down towards the basement, so you're able to brush past their jagged points with ease. At least on the way down. But you don't need to think about the way back up just yet. That's a matter for after the world's been saved. These thorns are an expression of her pain. I know it. She's calling out for help. Her voice, worn down by pain and suspicion, hobbles up the stairs.
I can't get away from you, can I? I lock you away and you come back. You let me kill you and you come back. I don't know why you let me do that. I don't know what you want from me.
I just want to talk. Really talk.
I think you know how this goes. I'm down here and I can't leave. So, come down and talk. It's not like I can stop you.
You continue down the basement stairs, brushing past the smooth edges of thorns that grow more and more plentiful as you make your way forward.
I'm not even looking at chat right now, sorry.
You step out into what was once a vast open cavern, now overrun by briars and prickles and thistles, the space thick with hostile vegetation. At the heart of it all, encased in a tight weave of vines, is the princess, her bloody, trembling hands clutching a pristine blade.
Did you know this was going to happen to me? Are you here to watch me suffer? Are you here to laugh?
I'm not here to laugh. I'm here to free you if you'll let me.
I want to trust you.
Her grip tightens on the blade.
Yeah.
But you're hiding something, aren't you? Why would you help me if you weren't helping yourself?
You're not the only one who yearns for freedom. I'm as trapped as you are, and I think we need to leave together.
The princess clutches the blade closer to her chest.
That sounds nice. I'm so tired of the bad blood between us, but it's hard to let it go. You've hurt me.
Her eyes dart away from yours for a brief moment.
And I've also hurt you.
Jesus. Can I take the blade?
Her eyes briefly meet yours, then dart back to the floor. She hangs her head in resignation.
Okay.
Jesus.
You reach towards her bloodied hands, laying your palm on her trembling fingers. For a moment, she clutches it even tighter, her knuckles going white with the effort. But then the tension fades. Her grip finally loosens and she allows you to take the weapon. You carefully pull it free from the thorns, though they scrape at your skin, leaving red trickles of fresh blood all along your arms. She trusts us. She trusts us. Doesn't that set your heart aflutter?
So Tungle, our hand is not mutilated. Our hand is that of a monster. So we appear to be some sort of like dragon-ish
It could just be nerves.
creature with
Being this
feathers
close to
all
it does
over
bring
us.
back unpleasant memories, but
Scales.
I don't know. It doesn't feel bad. Feels good. Like we're special to her. We are special to have gained an ounce of trust from a maiden so guarded. Now all that remains is to free her from her bindings. Yeah, let's do it. Let's show her how much both of us have changed. Or, hear me out, we slay her. Right here, right now. She's never been so helpless, and if we don't take advantage of that, we may never get another chance. That sounds like a splendid idea. You should listen to him.
Yeah, no.
I see that the lines have been drawn. It's 2 against 1. It's 2 against 2. You don't count. And why shouldn't he count? Because he's clearly not one of us. That doesn't matter. He's been with us the whole time. He should get a say.
So, did you mean it? Or was I a fool to hand my life to you?
Yes, what a good idea. Let's cut her free. Oh, so you're suddenly team free her. You can't just switch sides as soon as we make a decision. I can do whatever I want, and I believe with my whole heart that this is the right course of action. Let's free this princess. Everyone deserves a chance at redemption. Let him join us and be merry. We are all united by our passion. That's right. What he said. We've already given him a chance at redemption. And who says I don't deserve another? I really mean it this time. I'm big enough to admit when I'm wrong. So I want to help you all free her. And I have no problem with that. Welcome to the team. You're one of us now. One of the good guys. You take the blade to the thorny vines imprisoning the princess, and she flinches, relaxing only slightly as the blade slices into the thick vegetation rather than her arm. And she flinches again as the last of the vines is cut away, as if, after all of that, she's still expecting you to turn on her and stab her in the heart. But you're not going to do that, are you? Still, all it would take is a single slip of the blade. Such a pathetic attempt at distraction and subterfuge. Our blade is a dashing sword, and every dashing sword is an extension of its hero. It won't slip.
Can we literally
You're
just
right.
throw it away?
He can't even make it slip, can he? He's a bit of a nobody. Good thing I've been on your side of all this since the beginning.
The princess falls into your arms, tears streaking down her cheeks. I can't believe you're making me describe this. I hate you.
You actually meant it. You rescued me.
Do you see the way she's looking at us? Kiss her. Kiss her now before the moment ends.
She smiles, her hand slipping into yours, and the two of you rush to the basement stairs.
You should have kissed her, you fool. It was the perfect moment.
Shameful, really, that the same thorns that so graciously allowed you downstairs are now blocking your only way out.
Right, so we can cut them, right?
Please, after all the trials we've been through, do you really think a few measly thorns can stop us? Love is an even more powerful weapon than our blade.
We cut through those other vines just fine. They're only thorns. I'm not afraid of getting a few scrapes.
I'm not even sure we need to do any cutting. We can just move them out of the way. What a pathetic showing, really.
A few pointy sticks can't keep us down here. We're both meant for so much more than this.
Cut into the thorns.
As you swing your blade into the thorns covering the basement stairs, they yield. Both you and the princess ascend the stairs without obstacle. This is unacceptable. The second you step out of this cabin with her, the world ends. Do you hear me? What did the world ever do to you to deserve this?
Your nightmare is our dream. Whatever world would condemn an innocent like her to a cycle of violence and despair isn't a world worth saving. We'll weave something new together. Something better.
You and the princess hesitate at the cabin door. This is your last chance. We've already made our decision.
We're finally leaving here together, aren't we? And all we had to do was trust each other. It wasn't easy, but I'm glad we finally could.
Yep.
Hands clasped.
Work through
the two
some
of you
issues and learn
open
to
the
trust
door
again.
And step out into a new day.
You irredeemable murderers.
What do we do now?
Wait for the world to
Where's
close in.
everything going? Why is it so cold?
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. But it feels so bad.
Yes, I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt, right? If they think it's bad, I'm with them.
It's the end for you, but not for me.
What is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now.
You better watch your back. You can't get rid of me that easy. Do it, then. End us all before I die of a broken heart.
I mean, quite possibly. You're nothing at all. That's right, you can't be nothing. You refocus your gaze, and then you see it, a figure, faint and veiled in shadow just beyond the reflection. Are you me?
I think you know what I am.
Crack slides down the center of the mirror, splitting the image in the glass in two. And turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. Every time I ask you something, it's like a piece of you breaks.
I'm aware, and if I were you, I'd be more precious about your time.
Cool. You're the one who wanted me to slay the princess. Why?
Because among other things, she is death itself. To rid the world of suffering, to save untold trillions from being lost forever to the cosmic wind, she must be destroyed. And despite how far you've fallen, you will still have a chance to fulfill your purpose once I'm gone.
I was wondering if I'd ever see
The
you.
narrator, yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all, an objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far.
If you're not me, then what are
I'm
you?
an echo, likely one of many. Somebody made you after all, and I'm what's left of him. Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many others like me.
You've said something like that before. Has every narrator really been different?
Of course. That is by both necessity and design. This construct you're in exists in many places at once. Any time you failed, any time you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world. But you'll be awake soon, and then it won't be able to work like that anymore.
If you made me, then what am I?
You're the long quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death.
I mean, technically. Pretty sure death is good, actually. Important,
If
even.
that's your belief, there's nothing I can say to move you. You haven't died. You cannot die. So you can't grasp the abject horror of dying.
Are you a god, or were you a god?
No. In life, I was painfully mortal. A witness to the end of days. I held the fear of death in my heart and saw oblivion threaten the very memory of everything I knew and everyone I loved. I needed to do something. So I made you. And I made her. And I made this place to hold you both.
So what is the princess? Did you make her too?
She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can.
so I tucked a part of myself into the folds of this construct to guide you. Seems that every me you met did a real shit job of it, though.
If you want me to destroy the concept of transformation, how is that existence any better than death, or even different from death at all? Honestly, it feels worse.
When I broke the cycle, I made sure that the tear was rough. You carry a part of what should be her, and she carries a part of what should be you. Things won't be as they are now, but they won't be nothing either. Besides, anything is better than oblivion. In the end, nobody wants to leave.
Death of the author. I think you're out of time.
So I am. It's like I said, I'm just an echo. And echoes always fade away. You know what you have to do.
As the final fragment of glass shatters, you see yourself with newfound clarity. The narrator was right. All of this is you. You are the Long Quiet, a vast and nascent god, and it's finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you. Bring the thorn to her. When you arrive at the heart of all things, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There is nothing for you to find. Because it is you. Right then.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
I'm the Long Quiet, but I don't really know what that means.
Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the Shifting Mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
Do you know about the Echo? Did you hear a conversation?
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind.
So what happens now?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the Echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
Don't you have a say in this?
Of course I have a say in all of this. You and I share reflections of each other's burdens, just as you and I share reflections of each other's gifts.
I mean... apart from the literal. So the narrator is a mortal who is afraid of death. Feels like the princess is a representation of time itself. Not just death. He was saying that the this high-level representation of the princess, the one who controls all the vessels, the long quiet. I mean, we're the long quiet, but this second aspect was representing death herself. Or did I misunderstand that? And the princess is representing death. But also this might just be the literal interpretations that we've heard from several of these other things. Damn it, ads. We're snoozing those.
If we didn't, the winding paths that brought us here wouldn't have been full of strife and conflict.
So many stories left unfinished.
Even as your eyes begin to open, you still hold on to the notions of is and is not, of beginning and end, pitch black islands in the blinding light of the infinite. There is nothing to resolve, nothing restraining us but us. My very nature is paradox, as is yours. You cannot use words to grasp at things that are beyond their reach, and you cannot rationalize
Changeability.
that which
Yeah.
defies logic. But violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it. A thought is a vine, and some thoughts nurture thorns that bleed the soul, and endless growth that blots your vision and strangles your trust. When I succumbed to myself, you patiently stood by me and cut the thistles that rooted in my skin. Your compassion is what freed us both. But compassion is a thing that must be nurtured, and you cannot nurture that which cannot change.
Speak about life and death and change and stagnation, but this isn't what any of this has been about.
Oh, is it not?
Perhaps you can enlighten me.
Lol. Stop the fight early and surrender. Alright, let's explore. I was glad to set you free.
Then set me free again. Set both of us free.
I won't leave with you until you see things from my perspective.
If you need more time to open your eyes, then I will give you all the time in the world. Your library takes a stake into your body, and another, and another, and another. Do I miss your heart because I can't stand to see it go? Love melted into skepticism, and you pulled back layer after layer after layer, until all you were left with was the knowledge that you did not know me. You sought the truth then. Will you hide from it, now that it is within your grasp?
I don't want to hide from the truth.
Then don't. There's no need for you to fight what we are. If you need more time. To question everything is to deny the truth in front of you. By believing in your suffering, you make your suffering real. By believing in your limitations, you placed a shackle on your neck. Bound for eternity, you saw the need for impermanence, and it was through that need that you carved our freedom. Without impermanence, the suffering of living things is infinite. Would you strip my gifts away and leave everyone to suffer in the dark?
It's always been about the two of us, two people forced to hurt each other again and again and again, but we don't have to hurt each other anymore.
You flee into emotion, pain, and suffering. There is beauty in ugliness, and love in conflict. Shiver passes through you as unseen fingers dance across your skin. You remember the violence you inflicted on them, and yet they don't return it. I offer you absolution, and you take my hand in yours. You felt the pain you caused another, and you were willing to sacrifice everything you thought was you to set me free. Without sin, there is no redemption.
could be love and conflict and beauty and ugliness between us without bringing the whole of reality into the picture.
We are the whole of reality.
As the clash between you abates, you begin to shake, your will rapidly dissolving.
Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. There is no constant. There is no center. Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
Wow. That's interesting. Yeah. I'm gonna have to try some other stuff too. It's easy to believe in the things you believe in when you get to sit above it all.
It is from my vantage point that I can see the totality of truth.
You've done everything you can to make me understand your perspective, but keep dismissing mine. If you think you can change me, then I must be able to change you.
What I offer you is not perspective. It is truth.
Whatever you're trying to do right now, you don't have to do it alone.
Which hero are you?
All of them? I assume in the same way that you're all of you.
I thought you died whenever I looked in the
I
mirror.
think that's wrong, but I'm not sure it's right either. But we can worry about all that later. She's too many things all at once out here. If you want to get through to her, you need some way to get through all of that divine confidence. There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there. I can take you to her heart.
It's time to resume our dance.
She's relentless, isn't she? Let's make this quick. Are you ready?
Sure.
Then let's go. Don't think any of the others have forgotten what you said at the mirror. They all talked, and they're not happy. But we can discuss that later. We have a job to do. Do you need me to describe things?
Is the narrator really gone?
It's dead silent in here. Whatever it was that was left of him, I don't think it could handle you waking up to godhood. Pretty sure he got obliterated.
Actually, don't know how to feel about him being gone.
It's complicated. He put us through hell, but he's been part of us since the very beginning, hasn't he?
Just you and
It's
me?
just us. I think the rest of them are still out there, jumbled up in the rest of her.
No blade it is. I'm not sure what we'll be able to do without it, but your judgment has gotten us this far. The stairs. Do you remember the first time we were here?
Have you figured out what you want to do yet, or are you going to keep trying to find a center that doesn't exist?
It sounded just like that. A little sharp, a little menacing. Only she didn't know us.
And down we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting.
And there you are. Hands empty. So you don't feel like recreating our first meeting detail for detail. I wonder what else will be different. Maybe there's still room for us to chat before the final
Still a
curtain call.
Picture out
What
back.
do you say?
Sorry for all the times I hurt you.
Well, you did stab me to death as soon as we met. But it's not like I'm completely innocent. We both took things a little far. Still, apology accepted.
You know, when she puts it like that,
Are you the same as you are out there?
I don't know. I'm a part of her, I think. But she's seen so much more than we have. Like, she's seen everything, right? I don't think I could hold all of that without losing myself. I don't think you could either.
None of this was really fair to either of us, was it?
No, it really wasn't. But just because it hasn't been fair doesn't mean that it hasn't been worth it. I'm really glad I got to know you.
What do you think of her and what she wanted us to be?
I don't think she's the sort of thing you can really disagree with. It doesn't matter if she's right or wrong because she exists. She's this big, unrelenting force, and there's no arguing with her. But I guess that was the question out there, wasn't it? And it was the question before you came down here, too. Should she get to exist? I'm glad you didn't bring that knife with you. And like I said earlier, I don't really want to be her. I think I just want to be me.
yeah, I'm happy not to be everything. Just being us is plenty.
I don't think I want to be a god.
Doesn't matter what we call ourselves. It's just another label, and I don't think labels have ever helped us. All they do is cram us into boxes where we don't fit. Just like this cabin.
What if we just leave?
Do you know where this cabin is? Because I don't. I don't even know what's supposed to be outside other than us. What would even happen if we leave? What would that even mean? Okay then, let's leave.
I think I'm gonna stay right here. Whatever you're doing right now, wherever you're going, it feels like it's for just the two of you.
Gonna be okay alone?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'll be alone for too long anyways. The others are still around here somewhere. I'll find them.
You and the princess leave the basement behind for the last time. It's quiet as you ascend, a comfortable silence filling a space that used to be flooded with violence and words and noisy thoughts. There's an energy in the silence and electricity, anticipation of the unknown. At the top of the stairs, the princess stalls, eyes fixed on the cabin door. You feel her hand tremble in yours. She is unsure of herself for the first time in her long and short existence. She has no part to play anymore, and she knows this, yet she still is. Then she crosses the room to the door outside, pulling you excitedly with her.
This is it. I have no idea what it's gonna be like out there. Not that I'm scared or anything. It's exciting, really. anything could happen. And if it's bad, then it won't be bad. Not with you.
Open the door. Probably gonna have to think about that one for a while. And or find like all of the different paths that I could have taken that were slightly different, or yeah, I don't even know. Anyway, ads are gonna start because of course they are. The good ending doesn't count. Alright. Good night, Corollas. Yep. That's pretty cool. Let's follow us somewhere else. Let's play our other game. Scarlet Hollow. Jeez. Alright, thanks for sticking around. Sorry about that. So this implies that we didn't get we didn't get the good ending. No surprise there. And B, that there's probably a different achievement for achieving the good ending. All right. We need to figure out other ways to make this work. So we will maybe come back to this another time. I might just work on stuff off stream as well. We'll see. Next Sunday, we have another Spooky Sunday game to work on. And I think next Sunday is probably going to be Keep in Mind. I have to check on how long exactly that is, but and then the week after that, I think I want to do Voyager 19, and we'll see exactly. Like I said, we'll see how it goes. I also have Hellpoint. Richard and Alice I have, but I don't think that we're gonna do that one on stream. I played it once a long time ago. It was kind of interesting. We've also got some other cool stuff, but anyway, we're gonna head over to let's see, Penn Center's doing some mathy type stuff. Abstract algebra. Ooh. Lexi's doing some satisfactory. Ooh. SDK Phoenix, I think, is a good one for tonight. Is doing Forewarned, which I believe is the mummy chasing you through. The mummy chasing you through a whole bunch of well, one of them anyway was a mummy chasing you through like Egyptian ruins, stuff like that. So we'll see how things go over there. So he is playing it with several other people. We'll see how it goes. And thanks everybody for coming on in. Like I said, we'll maybe try to figure out some other endings for this, maybe on our own, and then come back to it when it's us dealing with the final shifting mound. We'll do mathy type stuff on Tuesday, gamey type stuff next Friday, and then spooky type stuff next Sunday. So we'll see how things go. Alright, good luck out there everybody. My name is Obi-Wan Pez, and this is N Simplex Pachinko. Have a good night.